All right. I'm here. All right.
You see if the model predictions match what you're seeing. So we can predict that through evolution, the model would predict that speciation would happen at certain times based on certain pressures, and we can then check the fossil records to see if it matches the predictions.
So
the guess part comes in hypothesis before the predictions.
So, but when you say fossil record, what you're referring to is things that you can't actually observe evolving. It's a best guess of what happened prior.
Well, we can see that they've evolved from one time to another. We can know the time period that a particular fossil came from and compare it to a fossil from another time period and look at the similarities between them and fit it into the model of evolution. If the predictions of evolution hold up when we're checking the evidence, then it means that the hypothesis hasn't been disproven. We're just following the scientific method.
So it hasn't been disproven, but it hasn't been proven. So what you're actually
there's no such thing as proof in science. That's the thing. Science
doesn't bring proof to the table.
Well, this is actually there's literally no such thing as scientific proof. That is not a thing.
So there were actually a few things that you said that it has nothing to do with reality. Theory is more than fact. Things like that. When you say things like that, then I'm just having a hard time believing anything that you say, because like the way that mathematics works. So my mind actually works based on axioms. Okay. So if we define a thing, 1 equals 1, A equals A. A cannot be B because B equals B. So when you say reality has nothing to do with this, now all of a sudden we're not having the conversation of what's the origin, what really happened. We're having a theory conversation. This is why when it's called a theory, it's a best guess.
No, that's not what theory means in science. That's the problem that you're having there. The layman's word theory is not the same as a scientific theory. In science, a theory is the highest accolade you can give something. It's higher than fact.
So how are facts not the highest accolade? How is an axiom?
Because the scientific theory contains all of the facts.
No,
mathematics. If you're talking about mathematics, then you've got like
to reach a conclusion.
Sorry, if
science isn't the way to reach a conclusion.
But if you're talking about if you talk about theory, like in mathematics, you got like set theory and things like that.
Set theory, right?
Which it just contains all the information and facts about that thing. So in science, hold on, let me answer the question.
Let him finish.
In science, a theory is higher than a fact because it contains all of the facts.
I'm sorry,
it does not mean
we'll move past this
at all, right? That's not what it means in the slightest. In fact, when you look at the etymology of the word theory, hold on. When you look at the etymology, when you look at the etymology of the word theory,
I just don't believe you.
I don't care if you believe me or not.
Okay, well, you keep saying the same thing over.
Can I answer the question?
Okay, hold on. Yeah,
you already did.
Clay,
no, I haven't. I haven't answered the question.
Clay.
No, I haven't.
Clay, let him finish his thought. Even if you think he's repeating himself, that's fine. Then just press on to your next thought. Okay.
It doesn't matter if you don't believe me about what a scientific theory means. The etymology of the word theory actually had the scientific version appear before the layman version of it of just a guess. Theory in science does not mean just a guess. Theory is higher than fact because it contains all of the facts. And it really doesn't matter if you believe me or not, because this is just how it is.
So you got your degree down at the the river. So here's the thing.
No, I
wanna
got my
ask you-
degree from the University of West of England and my second degree from Napier
Yeah, down
University
by
whilst
the
I was
river.
studying in the military.
down by the river. Yes, I know. So I want to understand why it is that you said medicine is evolution. See, medicine
I
is
didn't
actually,
say medicine is evolution once.
No, you actually
What's
did.
going on
I
here?
heard
No, I
that.
didn't.
That was clear as
Why
day.
did
In
it stop
fact,
working?
I
pointed
literally
it
never
out
said
to
those
Ant.
words.
I
There we
pointed
go.
it out to Ant, and Ant refused to admit it in the chat that
I
medicine,
did not say
you
medicine is
take
evolution. I did
leaps
not
and
say that.
bounds.
Hold on. Was this when I was talking about the mutation thing and he mentioned
Yes.
the COVID thing?
Yes. He
Yeah, I
started
didn't once
taking
say
leaps and
medicine is
bounds
evolution,
with his
though. I never
evolution.
said those words.
Evolution takes a lot of credit where it doesn't exist. And so you
Evolution
okay,
does
you're-
exist,
You're,
though.
going to back off of it. Fine. That's
I
great.
never
I'm
said
happy
medicine
you're
is
backing off
evolution.
of
You
it
are
because
trying
it's
to
not
gaslight me. I
evolution.
never said those words.
No, it absolutely was something that you said. You take.
It
leaps and
wasn't.
bounds in your
I
evolutionary
bet
theory.
you $5,000 that I never said medicine is evolution.
Now,
Wow, this
I
is
want to move past
wild.
this.
No. I bet
move
you
past this.
$5,000 that I
Well,
never said
I don't
that.
believe you. Again, I don't believe you.
Well, then take the bet
Oh,
then.
you don't bet me, bro. I'm not into betting. Like I'm not a gambling man. I'm a
Right.
fucking
Well,
man of God.
I accept
All
your
right,
defeat.
let's
Christ.
find some point. Do you have a point to go forward on whether he said it was or
I need to
was
come up with a
not?
question
Okay.
for Israel,
Yeah, I
I
have
guess.
more questions. So why is it that when this conversation happens, I want to actually pull it back to the micro versus macro. Why is it that whenever the macro conversation comes up, the micro is the hang up, right? So the evolutionary theory is not just on microevolution. It is about macroevolution. And I think Israel was right on point pointing this out, that you wanted to get hung up on adaptation, mutation, these things that evolution in your mind is claiming, but all of a sudden, we're not going to talk about macroevolution. We're not going to talk about where was the origin. So your facts don't line up with your actual
Nothing to do with
beliefs.
the origin.
Yeah, so it doesn't have
Evolution
anything
makes
to do
no
with
claims
reality.
about the
Gotcha.
origin.
No, gotcha. No, I'm going to go ahead and pass it because essentially you are telling everyone that axioms don't matter, that reality
never said
doesn't
that at
matter,
all.
facts don't matter. Yes, this is actually
No, I never
exactly
said
the way
any
you're
of that.
treating
You're
it.
just
It's
making that
exactly
up.
the way you're treating it. You're saying the origin
You're making
doesn't
all
matter.
of this up inside your head.
You said it. You just
No,
said
I didn't
the origin
say it.
doesn't matter. Holy shit,
I
bro.
never
You
said any
just
of that
said
in the
this.
slightest.
Yes, keep backing off of it. Keep backing off of it.
I'm
How
not
does
backing off
radio
because I
dating
never
work?
said it in the
How does
first
radio
All
place.
right,
dating work?
let's move
How does
on.
radio dating work?
Andrew, thank you, Clay. I love your spice. I do love your spice. Andrew, your question or comment to either of the gentlemen, please. You are muted, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. My question is for Craig. Craig, great to see you, man.
Hello, Andrew. How you doing?
How are you, sir? So obviously, I wasn't being sarcastic with what I said. I do think you got him. You had him checkmated with the prompt. You're very good at that. At choosing prompts that you know
I
you
didn't
can,
choose it.
or maybe they come to you, because it's happened to me too with you. You're good at looking at the prompt and checkmating people. I'm giving it to you. Great debater. I would have pushed back a little bit on a few pieces. You're clearly right that this mechanism exists. I would say we don't know exactly what's going on yet, because there are things, I'm sure you're more versed in it than me, but things like epigenetics, right? And there's studies on this where they take the mice and they shock them every time they go into the tunnel with the light, and then like all the mice get the trait not to go in that tunnel. Same thing happened with wolves, right? Like wolves weren't afraid of people here in the United States, and then all the wolves, like once they started being attacked, it wasn't like an evolutionary
need to
thing.
think
It was
of
like
a
a signal that went out to all of them.
Question.
And this is recreated. They've done studies on this. Am I wrong on my premise?
I'm terrible at thinking of
I
questions.
don't know enough about that side of it to answer the question, if I'm honest. But what I can say in response is that science never claims to have all of the answers. Science is always open to there being a better explanation that can come along. That's why I said to Clay, and he freaked the fuck out, that there's no such thing as scientific proof, because we don't claim to have absolute proof of anything. We are aware that there can always be a better explanation.
Fair enough. So that's how I would have pushed
That's a
back on
good
it. And
question.
also when he brought up God spoke, and you were like, what's the mechanism by which he changed things? And he's saying God spoke, which is actually a legitimate mechanism. Like, we know sound waves affect matter, right? Is that true?
well, everything affects matter, but
Right, so you
just
could
saying
play a
God's-
sound, you
there-
see
there
matter
would still
form into
there would still need to
geometric
be a
shape.
actual underlying mechanism as to how those sound waves turned nothing into people.
No, that wouldn't be correct. You only ask for the mechanism, and I'm telling you that like if it's God's sound waves, clearly they're more powerful than us turning on a sound that puts sand into a good geometric pattern, right? But we see it happen. That's the mechanism. So like the Bible is taking these terms like God spoke and existence came. They're describing the vibration. You can translate it into scientific terms that actually make sense. You can't take every word literally, but they're describing something that in theory could have actually happened. And I think that's what he was trying to say. And if that's the case, that's true, I think he was also trying to say that then none
What
of this
is-
matters. Like it could have just been built with all these details in, and we're missing vast differences in those fossil records that you said we had them all, but you know we don't have them all. There's no like half man, half ape. There's vast
We are an
missing
ape,
links. You're talking about Lucy?
There really isn't. Well, technically, every time we find a fossil gives us
How
more
do
missing
you-
links. because
Correct.
there's
Then you
more
get
things
two
to find.
more. Right. You need
Yeah,
another
right?
middle.
But you know, we have more than enough transitional fossils to show that A came to B, came to C, came to D. Right. But you know, to your point, right, I entirely agree. Right. If there is God, a creator above all, that has the powers to do it, then maybe they did create everything and they gave the mechanism of evolution to
Correct.
biological life. I mean, I can't deny that because you know, I'm an atheist, but I'm also a logical person that understands that I can't ever disprove a God because that's outside of science. So did God set the universe in motion? Did God start the Big Bang? Did God give biological life the ability to evolve? I don't know. I don't know there's a God.
That's all. I'm not really like, I agreed with you. I think you won the debate. Great job, Craig.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You too, sir.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, natural selectionist, welcome. Go ahead and ask your question to either of the gentlemen,
an
please.
epic beard, my
Israel
friend.
is losing
Thank
his
you.
connection.
So my question is for Craig. As somebody who, like you, believes in evolution, one thing that I've noticed about a lot of people who are very gung-ho about their belief in evolution is that it very rarely affects anything else about their life. So, for example, like a lot of people on the left are very gung-ho about their belief in evolution, and yet they want to go gay, turn trans, abort their babies, choose to be child-free, none of which helps maximize the continued survival of their genes, which you would expect that to be a goal in their life if they believe in the theory of evolution, and that continuing
No,
to
you wouldn't.
maximize the survival of your genes would be something you'd expect them to want if that's what's worked for the survival of everything throughout the entire history of life on Earth. You know, reproduction has been a part of our lives for literally billions of years, since long before our ancestors evolved into humans. So my question for you would be, in what way does your belief in evolution actually affect either your political beliefs or your personal life or your behaviors beyond just believing that it happened?
It doesn't. I understand that it happened and it holds no, you know, basis on like anything political or anything like that. I just like gravity, I know that it exists. But I do need to push back a little on what you said. It's not necessarily true that maximizing your genes is good for evolution. Evolution is about adaptation to environmental pressures, for instance, right? So let's say that the environmental pressure was there was less resources available. But in that case, having less people around would actually give the species more chance of surviving, because then, you know, less people could still get enough nutrients to be able to pass on their genes, right? There wouldn't be as many people, but there would be an adaptation in the species that allowed you to maybe take in less nutrients. And then maybe when more resources became, then the species could grow again. It is not necessarily true that having more people means the species will continue.
Well, but it's still about making sure that your genes propagate into the future. So taking
No, not necessarily
for
my genes. It's the genes that are beneficial to adapt to pressures. I might not have the
okay,
genes
but
that are
your
beneficial
genes
to
are
adapt
still
to the
yours, and so you, as an organism, it would still be in your interest to propagate the survival of
that's-
your
Yeah,
might
but
be a little bit
in
too
my
high.
interest isn't what evolution is. I'm very tall, right? I'm 6'1". So if there was, you know, an environmental pressure that was against tall people, then I'd be more likely to die out, and short people would be the ones that were more likely to pass on their genes. It's not
How's
necessarily
that?
about you wanting to pass on your
How's
genes
this?
to continue the species. That's
How's
not what evolution
this?
is.
Is
Evolution
this
is just
better?
beneficial mutations that are able to be passed on to your descendants.
In a theoretical sense, maybe, but as a participant in the process of evolution, every single organism's like desire should be to continue to propagate the survival of their genes.
Well, of course, I had 2 kids because I wanted, my genes and my my name to pass on. But that's fundamentally different from what evolution is. It's not, it has nothing to do with wants or desires. Like someone at PhD Tony in my chat says, gene propagation is distinct from the interest of the individual.
Well, sure, but just like if you believe in the theory of gravity, you're probably not going to jump off a building because you know gravity is going to pull you down and kill you. Well, if you believe in the theory of evolution,
and ground, right? Because the ground's really big.
Sure, but like it just boggles my mind that people who believe in evolution put basically like it has no effect whatsoever on anything else that they believe, even though it really should be something that's informing how you think about political issues, how you think about social structures, and whether or not
I disagree. It's just like air. It's a fact of life that exists, and it does not, it doesn't affect how I behave. I just know it's a thing. I personally want my genes to continue. That's why I had children with my wife, because that's what I want. But my personal needs and wants are completely separate from evolution as a species.
Well, using air as your example, I mean, if you need to breathe air, you would want there to be clean air, so you might support policies that keep the air clean. If you believe in evolution and you believe that the continued survival of your genes matters, then you should probably support policies that...
But again, evolution isn't necessarily the continued survival of my genes. Evolution is the beneficial genes of an entire species that allow that species to adapt to environmental pressures. And that might not be my genes. Right, I've got a tendency to get like really bad knees and tennis elbow when I'm at the gym. That might not be beneficial to pass on those genes. Doesn't change the fact that I wanted to have children, but in a world where you might need knees that don't give out like mine have, then that might not be the beneficial gene to pass on. So again, my personal wants and needs and the want to pass on my genes so that my lineage continues is completely distinct from evolution of a species as a whole.
All right, I think we can move on to the next person.
Perfect. Thank you, natural selectionist. Wonderful questions as well. Fits of Rage, welcome, my friend. Feel free to ask your question to either Israel or Craig.
Yeah, I preemptively facepalmed when I read the prompt because I knew it was basically going to go just like that. So
yeah,
Israel,
that's kind of unfortunate.
I'm a Christian who accepts the established age of the earth and shared common ancestry. So to kind of focus in on one narrow area, I was thinking, are you much familiar with the human chimp split?
No, tell me.
Okay, so it's actually one of the areas we have really solid fossil evidence is dating back to roughly 7 million years ago. We've got Sahelanthropus chilensis, Ardipithecus ramidus. Of course, when I'm on camera, I can't pronounce them. You might be familiar with Australopithecus afarensis, Lucy, Australopithecus sediba, Homo erectus, Homo georgicus, and yeah, plenty others. And they all just throughout geologic time gradually look more like modern humans. We've got back to Australopithecus afarensis. It goes, we can tell it's bipedal. It walked on 2 legs because it's got the hole in the base of the neck instead of the back of the neck for the spine to go into. Its hip is arranged in that knuckle walking or any kind of quadrupedal motion would be absolutely painful. So just that fossil evidence shows, something that's not, and it's not like a chimp morphing into a human. It's, one fossil that has a lot of shared traits with both humans and chimps. And then when it splits, we don't have as much chimps, if I remember correctly, at least, much that in the line for the chimp, but we see things that become gradually more human-like. So I think that would be a good place to look into, because I mean, I feel like, you know, humans sharing ancestry with chimps is where most people have like their biggest hang up. You know, like a lot of people would say like, okay, sure, like all the other life shares ancestry, but I refuse to believe that humans share ancestry with another animal. So
Right.
yeah, if I
Yeah,
have a specific question.
No, I see your point. I appreciate the education on the topic, and again, like in a lot of ways, we're talking past each other deliberately because we're interested in different questions. You know, are we interested in the mechanism in which things happen, or are we interested in who is behind that mechanism? And at the same time, what you know, it's no coincidence that Craig is an atheist and I'm a theist, because if you're an atheist, you're looking for a mechanism that can justify existence without a higher power acting upon it. And if you're a theist, you just see and feel and believe and ultimately know that it's clear that there is a higher power that's acting upon this reality. And especially when you look at it in the context of human beings and you see the vast divide, even if you can, obviously human beings are creatures of this earth, so we're going to resemble the other animals on this earth in terms of you know, being made up of the same matter. Even the biblical account, we're made up of the matter of this earth. You know, even the fact that we resemble apes is obviously undeniable. At the same time, there's a qualitative difference between humans and animals in every single respect. And that's where the concept of the image of God comes from. And so I think it's extremely necessary, as people who can see the divinity in existence instead of mocking it, to actually really take this seriously and understand that the main point is that God is the one who's behind this. And he is the one who puts this all into motion. And yeah, there's a great deal of faith to that, but faith is not something to be mocked. Faith is righteousness.
Yeah. And that's why I tend to prefer debates on the topic of, you know, evolution or the age of the earth, when they're like two Christians debating, because then that keeps the topic from getting sidetracked into, you know, God existing or not. It can just focus on the scientific evidence generally. Or, you know, sometimes it'll go into, you know, how do you reconcile believing in God and thinking that humans share common ancestry? That gets, you know, a little tricky at times.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, some aspects of the shared traits between humans and apes is undeniable. So again, like, you know, Craig wanted me to deny things that are undeniable. You know, that's not a good operating basis. There are clearly things in existence that are observable and are that way. However, you know, again, like this claim that human beings can track the age of the universe and track the age of the earth and assume that their limited perspective and understanding and their limited instruments that they created are strong and powerful enough to make sense of millions of years of life, as if they know what happened, because they have, again, fragments.
Yeah, they have
as much as they're going to continue to
evidence.
yell in your face, they would have to fill up a space as big as the Grand Canyon, pile mountain highs of bones in order to actually prove this. You know, they're dealing with fragments, and based off
That's
of those
just an
fragments,
assertion.
they're making conclusions. They're making conclusions that the earth always was this way, that their instruments are correct, that they know how to measure these things, that they can come to these conclusions, which again is faith in the human mind. It's faith in the human faculties. I don't put faith in human beings. I put faith in God.
So we do have, there's a fossil specimen that's referred to as Littlefoot. It's an Australopithecus afarensis that we have like a lot of it. No, like 80-something%, I think, of the bones in its body we found. And since, you know, human or mammals are all bilaterally symmetrical, meaning, you know, everything on the left side is mirrored on the right side. If something's just missing on the left side, we can, you know, say, you know, okay, it's going to look like what's on the right side. So we have, and based on all the other specimens of that species, we can be very confident in what that species looked like. And like I said, you know, it's not just the similarities, it's the gradual becoming more similar to us. And like the big creationist organizations, you know, AIG, IRC, ICR, you know, they all differ on where they think the line is on the hominids, or hominins. I think I said for some hominids. on where it's actually becomes a human and when it was just an ape. So even they can't agree, what's a human and what's not in that set of specimens.
Yeah, again, as religious people, we have to be careful not to speak too out of context as well. Not to make claims that are beyond our understanding. Like if scientists genuinely are finding evidence of previous worlds that existed, of previous species and all these things that are not even present today. I think we can even read the Bible in a way that aligns with that, in the sense that the Bible says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, as in it's setting up that all the way back to the beginning God is the creator and he's behind everything. And then it continues with the story of the earth being dark and desolate and chaotic and full of water, right? So you can even picture that, even from a scientific perspective, there were eras of the earth in which it was completely destroyed or frozen over, right? And so you can even read the Genesis account that God was coming to a destroyed, dark, empty, chaotic world full of water, and then breathed light and life and order into that chaos and darkness, and just frozen over world. So there are ways to reconcile. It all depends like how eager you are to reconcile science with the Bible. But ultimately, I think that when it boils down to it, the main point is that are human beings the ones who determine all these things? Are we the ones who decide what's true and false, or do we defer to a force above our own understanding and power and capacity to look above ourselves? And then when we look at the documents that were preserved by our ancestors, and we look at these religious texts, we're seeing that human beings have always been concerned with the divine and have always been in communication really with the divine to some extent or another. And I just believe that when you read the Bible, it's quite a majestic interaction between man and God, and that is certainly more interesting to me than anything else.
Well, I should probably see what my wife's calling about, so I'll go ahead and pass it on.
Nice
Thank
talking to
you, Fitz.
Nice
And I'm going to do what everyone
Fitz.
else wanted to do. I'm going to sing it out here in the fields.
Oh God.
I fight for my meal.
Oh no.
All right. And moving on to you, sir. Your question, please.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like to first posit that in these kinds of debates, we see as what I would consider a domain error, right? We see religion trying to map itself to natural explanations for what we observe. And then we see science trying to question faith, matters of faith in the Bible sometimes. Not often, but we do see it, right? So I guess the question I have is, could you agree, Israel, that perhaps this is what is causing this friction, that maybe we should just respect each other's domains, what we excel at, like let nature explain how we're getting these things, and
Hey, look, I'm up here.
tackle the whys and the
Yes, I know my mic is muted.
questions of why we're here, what brought us here, etc.
Yeah, I think to a degree that's fair, and that's why I concede it immediately. In a lot of ways, our worldviews are mutually exclusive. And Craig agreed to that too. Craig's like, I'm not here to attack your faith in God. I'm just telling you like evolution's a fact. And so yeah, in a lot of ways, we are speaking about different things, and we have different expertise or different values. The concern that I have is when the scientific enters into the domain of the religious and actually begins to define things that are unknowable, and serves as an alternative to the religious narrative. Because again, the reason why evolution requires millions and millions of years in order to come about from a scientific perspective is because they're not including the possibility of or the probability or the fact that a higher power acted upon the earth. They're saying if all of this had to happen without anyone getting involved, this is how long it would take, right? But when you come from a place of faith, you're not going to view things that way. You're going to say, no, God speaks and things are. And why would we limit the power of God in order to match with our timeline that we think that we came up with? I don't think that's really I think that there is crossover, and that's really what I aim to tackle today in the conversation.
Why do you think like an evolutionary biologist would say that evolutionary changes take hundreds, or it's not, maybe not hundreds, but millions to hundreds of millions of years? Why would they say that if it's not? I mean, what's the basis for it?
Well, I think they're saying it because they're assuming that God could not have made the process speed up, or that
Are you
God could not have created, or that God could not have created mutual like different species. Rather like, oh, these things had to morph into each other, and this is how much time it would take. But if you believe that God could come and just make
well,
the process, speed it up, then what is the need for all these millions of years? And again, I'm not saying it's impossible that it's true. Maybe that's what happened. I just don't think it's a fact, the way that the scientists present it. And in the way that they present evolution is to present how life came about without a divine hand. And it really does end up just replacing the God narrative. And Craig is like
Hmm.
mocking me for mentioning how what's taught in schools, but it's genuinely important, because there was a time when the Bible was taught in schools. Now the Bible has been removed from school, and they learn evolution. And so kids walk around saying, oh, how did we all get here? Oh, just species evolved over millions of years, and now humans, monkeys, we're all just like
What's
the same.
happened here?
Pretty much, I don't know why we are unique, but just evolution. We're like the mosquitoes in the
What
basement.
just happened?
I mean, this is like, I think it's fundamentally a problem when we try to substitute God for naturalism, like for materialism, when we try to substitute the divine perspective with the human perspective. And I think when you look at the Bible and you look at religion as a whole, it's as imperfect as religion is, and that's a different conversation. It's attempting to bring up the divine hand, that which is above us, and to understand things from a frame that I think is actually much more important and consequential than the scientific frame.
So you don't think that somebody could be a scientist and have faith?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that there are scientists who have faith. A lot of the original scientists, the fathers of science, were faith-based people. I wouldn't say that they can't have faith. I would just say that when people place too much stock in their own personal view of the universe and their own study of reality, which is what science is. Science is the human study of reality. I think when that happens, we lose sight of the fact that there is an intelligence that is above us. There is an existence that is above us, and that we didn't create this, and our knowledge is extremely limited. And we should just operate with a lot more humility than I think science seems to operate with.
Well, I will always advocate humility, because obviously we don't know everything, probably can't know everything, but forgive me, I lost my train of thought for a second.
We lost Israel too.
Shit. Well, did Craig want to hop in on that? I mean, he could answer the question from our perspective, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with having faith. In fact, throughout history, most of the the main scientists, if you were men of God.
Exactly.
So there's no reason why you can't have faith in a greater power, and still look to science for answers about the world that we live in.
If Sarah doesn't mind me plugging a different
Yeah.
channel,
Yeah, go ahead.
do you know who Clint Laidlaw is of Clint's Reptiles? He has a fantastic little mini series of videos to reconcile evolutionary biology with creationism, because Clint is a former atheist, but he's also an evolutionary biologist. So clearly he understands evolution. He doesn't, he knows it's true, but he's reconciled it with his beliefs. I think it's a very valuable watch for anybody who's got questions there and would like answers, because I can't answer the faith side of it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The rest of us can go to the open panel. I apologize.
Sure, no problem. And this was all great. And thank you for the plug too, because I know everybody
Why does this
likes
keep
to
breaking?
find different,
Every time she
resources and places
switches,
to
God's
view other different
StreamYard is so
types of
shit.
information. So I appreciate it. Effigy, you little monkey, to you, sir. Your question or comment to Craig or Israel.
I can't help it. I have evolved.
I love you so much.
Yeah, tonight has
Oh,
been
boy.
a fantastic example of why presuppositionalism breaks your brain. Once again, see, and he actually gave it away. Israel gave it away in his last answer before I even got up here to be the question. The problem is, whenever science answers a question, presuppositionalists take it personally, and they can't stand that one thing is explained by not their God. And so this is why every time Israel like tries to talk about the explanatory power, even in his closing, he tried to, it still drifted off to, well, explaining everything and the origin of everything and everything. That's how their brain works, because the answer for everything for them is always God. So Israel, since you are definitely, you know, a presuppositionalist creationist and had no intention of talking in the evolutionist framework, which is fine. I'm just going to skip evolution questions and I'm going to ask you some creationist questions. So mundane things in evolution all of a sudden become pretty horrific things in creationism. So how do you explain to me the problem of things like teleological evil, things that built into the creation of the world, the way creatures are interacting to us are evil, say like a species of insect whose children can only live in the eyeballs of mammals, including human children. So why would God create, since you have been arguing this whole night that he is intimately involved in every little shift of creatures changing and being, why would he create things that can only live in the eyeballs of children?
Well, yeah, I definitely resonate with your pain over that reality. You know, but speaking of presuppositions, you're presupposing that you understand right and wrong, and that you you know, would run the world better if you were in control. I think that that's why faith is all encompassing, and that's why I do refer back to God whenever I'm discussing something, is because when you're speaking of faith, faith is not just how
so he's got
reality came
nothing.
to be. It's not just how species got to this point. Faith is also to explain questions of evil and suffering that you bring up, and questions of the unknowable things about existence that are so beyond our comprehension and understanding. Some people choose to believe that's a random nothingness. Some people choose to believe that that's meaningful, deliberate actions by God, despite the fact that it's painful to believe that, and we don't understand it and we disagree with it. The book of Job in the Bible does a very good job explaining that, where Job is a righteous man who does everything right, and then God still tests him and destroys his life, and Job is led to the point of questioning God immensely, but ultimately never curses God, because he never curses the actual existence that brought him forth. So he doesn't curse God, so he doesn't undermine existence, but he questions it and is very pained by it. And ultimately, God's response to him is, "Well, you don't understand why I do what I do." And that's really where the faith comes from. It comes from the fact that we realize that we don't understand anything about reality. That's why I'm going big picture, because we don't just exist in a narrow laboratory. We exist in the existence that spans this earth and beyond, and we have to appeal to God in order to relieve ourselves of the burden of pretending to know why things happen or how things happen.
Yeah, but it seems like you're trying to shift your ignorance onto us. Just by saying we can't understand things is giving up before you try. You know, everyone else on Earth can put their mental energy into things and figure them out. But you saying, but because you believe in the nature of the universe is this, that we shouldn't even try to know, which is what you seem to be saying. You're like, because all we're doing is trying to replace your answer of God did it with an actual explanation. It just doesn't seem to fly, man.
I mean, do you claim to understand why the bugs live in children's eyes?
Yeah, evolution.
That's not a why. That's like,
it is.
Okay, things are that way.
But it's an
but
explanation
why?
of how. Like science isn't going to give you whys though. Like that first off, science is going to give you hows.
Exactly. So yes.
If you want whys, you're gonna have to talk philosophy and stuff like that. But when we're talking about evolution and science, we're talking about the mechanisms that we can prove. So
Yeah.
and a mundane explanation in evolution would have no ill intent and be not a direct intentional cause of suffering. There's no way that you can make the argument that it's not an intentional cause of suffering for those insects that burrow into the eyeballs of children to exist in your worldview.
Yeah, I believe that everything's intentional.
Cool.
And
Also, I mean, that's
Mhm.
I'm not going to belabor the point, so I'll switch on to my next question. So, also, how do you explain incompetent design? How do you explain things like the laryngeal nerve in a giraffe that goes 15 feet when it could go 2 inches? How do you explain human genetics where, you know, like humans have the gene to make their own vitamin C? It's just turned off or broken. You know, how do you explain things that obvious from a human perspective we could fix in an engineering, you know, state like automatically? We'd be like, this is broken, this is wrong, we could do that. From our limited understanding, we can fix that. why is it not that way in these animals? We have a good explanation. It evolved that way because it had evolved that way previously, and that's why those things were already there. But for you have to tell us that all these things were made incompetently, inefficiently, or dangerously, intentionally.
Okay, so I mean, again, for you to look at existence and call incompetence, I think again is just an example of arrogance. Like, who are you to decide what is considered competence and what's considered incompetence? You can't create anything other than your little machine. So who are you to decide?
We literally invented the idea of competence.
Yeah, but so you are casting your judgment on an existence that pre-existed you, that is beyond anything you could ever create, and say, "Oh, this is incompetent. I could come up with a better solution."
We invented the idea of the thing you just described.
Damn it, Israel.
It's always a pass the buck. And this is why it's so tough debating with presuppositionalists. Every time you make an argument,
really hard to deal with.
All they do is like, well, I leapfrogged back before and we did it and we made that thing that you just did, or something like that. And you can't possibly understand. We're literally talking about the dearth of human knowledge, and you're like, you can't possibly understand. It was like, well, we're making a good go at it, man. It's better than saying God did it for literally everything.
We lost Israel for a second, but I'm sure he'll be back again. It's either Temu internet or Temu bandwidth. I'm not sure which one it is, but it is kicking his ass today. I think if you want to know who won the debate, it is his Wi-Fi tonight. That's for a fact. Evgie, was that all for your question to Israel?
Yeah.
All
Creationism,
right.
Dumb.
Would you mind if I put you backstage and then reserve your seat for Gauntlet here when we get there?
I do not.
Thank you. I'm going to tuck you back for a second.
I've got about 20 minutes left in me, Sarah.
All right. I love you. All right.
Get in there before Craig leaves.
Next, let's see. K.O. Dave, I believe you are next on the list, sir.
Okay. Hi. Israel. I'm wondering how exactly is it that Craig pointed out all these fossils, right, that share similarities with humans and also with like other great apes, right? Or there's fossils that share similarities between humans and bats, right? How is it that how do you square the existence of these fossils that seem to trace through time some sort of change that flows through time towards the species? How do you square that with like your beliefs?
I don't claim to know what happened all that time ago. I don't claim to know exactly what took place. I'm just saying that the fact that there are similarities between humans and other creatures on this earth does not mean that we came from the same ancestor. It does not mean that it happened exactly the way scientists claim that it happened. It does not mean that God wasn't involved in that process. And it also doesn't mean that we are not fundamentally different as created by God and engineered particularly to be created in his image. I don't think we can draw comparisons between humans and animals in any real way, other than, again, you can point to biological similarities, but that's not going to account for the vast divide between humans and animals.
Okay, Craig. Hi. So these fossils I've pointed out, right?
Yes.
How exactly is it that a paleontologist, for example, would uncover these fossils and look at them and say, hey, there seems to be similarities between this fossil and some other set of fossils? How is it exactly that they trace that from that to like the conclusions that have come about in like the course of our understanding of evolution?
Well, they can look at, like I said, the similarities that they have, like digits being at the end of limbs and flanges being in certain places, and hips being designed a certain way, and the fact that pretty much every species we can look and say, well, we can see that you look at a cat and it's got hips and a rib cage and a head and a neck, and very similar to a human, right? They're arranged slightly different now because the pressures in the environment change that to, for the cat over time to the human. But then we can say, well, if they've got these similarities, then maybe there's another link at some point that was more like both of them, and you can make a prediction based on where you think in the timeline that might have come. And then when you find a fossil and you date that fossil and you notice that the similarities apply to both of them, and it all just fits the puzzle together. And that's what you do with a model. When you get a model with like evolution, you make predictions with it, and then when you find the evidence, you see if that evidence fits your prediction. If it doesn't, then your hypothesis is wrong, and then you kind of have to start again. It's just about looking and seeing if the similarities are there, and then if the model matches, the predictions match the model based on the new evidence that you find, and then you update your hypothesis as you go along.
Right. So would you say that it's about both the explanatory power and the predictive power of the model?
Yeah. A model has to have both. A model can't just not explain things or not predict things, and not every model is 100% accurate, but every model is obviously useful for making predictions and testing against what the model says should happen.
Right. Israel, earlier you've said a few times like scientists would need like a pile of fossils the size of the Grand Canyon to make these connections, right? Is that like part of your model?
What do you mean?
Like, is that part of your model for like, is that like a prediction that you made from your model of the universe in order to explain why it is that scientists don't really have the answers that they claim they have?
Well, no, I mean, it's just a turn of phrase to describe what is lacking in the scientific theory of evolution, is that there are these gaps in these predictions that are being made, and there's assumptions being made. Now, again, I'm not saying it's completely irrational, and I'm not saying it's impossible either. I'm just saying that it's ultimately a prediction based off of human interpretation, based off of being measured by human instruments, assuming that your instrument is able to trace back these events, assuming that if there were like world catastrophes that wouldn't alter the quality of the fossil, maybe misconstruing it and having it look different. Like, I mean, there's so many ways in which you can point to the limitations of human beings and their instruments, that unless you could literally trace like 1, 2, 3 these fossils, you're dealing with a hell of a lot of predictions and assumptions, as opposed to a clear laid out observable evidence, which is what they trying to say it is.
What is it like, where do you see these assumptions exactly? Because there are assumptions, to be clear, and the tools aren't perfectly precise. Like every tool that we use has some built-in level of uncertainty that you have to take into account, right, in order to make a scientific measurement that will be accepted by your peers. Because if you just quote a measurement and then you don't quote the error, no one will accept what you say. So where do you see these assumptions and these uncertainties exactly in these models that have been put forth?
Well, I mean, you just said it yourself. There are gaps in the fossil record, and there are limitations of the instruments. Now, to scientists, that still doesn't stop them from coming to these conclusions. To me, I'd like to say that having gaps that can consist of thousands, if not millions, of years, getting again fragments of fossils, not even entire fossils, again with instruments that are designed by human beings. And one thing we haven't even talked about is the incentive for corruption within the scientific institution. Like, this faith in science is a faith that all the people representing science are good faith individuals who just want to know the truth. Like, do you understand that every single institution is subject to corruption, and ultimately you're dealing with the possibility of people altering the evidence just to have certain conclusions that will replace God and make them the authorities over society, which suspiciously is what has happened in the past, let's say, 100 years of scientific evolution. And we've seen more and more takeover of the scientific institution over society, and less of, say, faith-based ideologies having a hold in society. So there's clearly an incentive on all levels, and we've seen even the COVID phenomenon and the things that went on there, the corruption of the government and how it plays in with the medical system and the scientific institutions. Many respected scientists would say things like, men could become women and all these kind of bizarro world things that, I think, again, as one of the previous, I think Mr. Natural Selection has pointed out, like, where is the linkage between these beliefs and how they play out in your life? I think it's quite clear that just blindly following science and their conclusions is not going to take you to a good place.
I would agree with that. Just blindly following is probably never a good idea. But I'll just leave it off with this. When scientists do science, they do actually take into account these uncertainties, and they do take into account the gaps in their knowledge. We don't like when we know that there is like gaps in our knowledge, we're honest about it. And part of the system is the peer review system, and that part of the system is an important measure to stopping corruption. It's not perfect, of course, but it's an important part, because if someone is like throwing out crap, right, like scientific gobbledygook, then their peers will call them out on it, basically. That's the idea. And so I'll just leave it at that there are actually like these built-in mechanisms in the scientific like community for taking into account uncertainties and taking into account possibility of corruption, and none of it's perfect. And that's kind of part of the point, is to be humble about it, but to still try to model the world that we see.
Perfect.
Yeah. And
All
again,
right.
mhm.
Let me move on to, only because Craig is on timestamp now. So did any of my remaining four, Borg, Kraut, PhD, or Ben, have a question specifically for Craig? Okay. I'm assuming Borg, Kraut, and PhD are going for Israel. Okay. All right. Ben, why don't you ask your question to Craig? That way we can get his butt out of here if he so chooses.
Obviously, the big problem in the evolution debate is you keep listing adaptions which remain in the genetic code, which I have no problems with. You can take a wild pig looks nothing like a kept pig, but you leave that kept pig out, in 2 years it looks just like a wild pig. It's just genetic markers flipping on and off for conditions. That's not really evolution, and it remains in their genome the entire time. So what we're talking about here is a species jump, something that you failed to actually list, like in things like you can't name who the ancestor is that derives both humans and bats from.
Well,
You
first of
said
all,
lots of fossil records. Name me the specific fossil.
first of all, I disagree that if you leave a kept pig out, it's going to flip some genetic markers and become a wild pig. That's just fundamentally incorrect. But I don't.
Never been around a pig, have you?
Yeah, they're certainly not going to develop the things that a wild hog has from a. They're it's like if you leave a border collie out in the woods, it's not going to become a wolf.
Oh yeah,
but
they do. You should look.
No,
that
they
up
really
sometime.
don't become a wolf. They don't all of a sudden get larger and their hips change shape and stuff.
Your example, mine, that you're trying. You're trying to make me agree with yours. Mine, you might want to look that up before running your mouth. Now, list me that fossil. Now, the important part was where you list me that fossil. We're both.
But I don't know the specific name of the specific fossil, and I don't need to. Because I don't need to.
Because nobody knows. Because they think it possibly was a field mouse.
To quote Einstein, you don't need to know every single equation of everything when you got books to look things up in. You can just look at the fossil records and go, well, we can see where the lineage is. It's here.
Do any of those books contain the specific fossil?
Maybe.
No.
Are you sure? Have you looked?
Yes, I looked it up. I also looked up your little mosquito game.
The London Underground mosquito.
This is fun, where you tried to make it jump into a new species. And,
I didn't
and
say it was a
here's
species.
one.
I
Yeah,
said
you
it was
did. You
different.
very specifically.
No, I
tried to
didn't.
make
I said
me
it was
do a
different enough that it could no
species.
longer interbreed
So
with the species that it evolved from.
a 2004 study analyzing the DNA microsatellite suggested that it might be a distinct species, but a paper from 2012 reported it to be a physiological and ecological variant of CX pipiens, which should not be considered a distinct species. As of
Yeah, I didn't say it was a
2024, oh, you made it out. You made it out, bro. It couldn't.
No, you're
breed
making
with the
assumptions
other
about
one
what I
'cause
said. I
it's an
didn't
entire-
say
You
that.
said different species.
I
So,
did not say those words.
As of
No.
2024, the consensus among researchers is that it is not a distinct species, but a form
never
of
said it was.
a form of Culex pipiens, which is often referred to as Culex pipiens F. molestus.
Yeah, I never said it was a distinct species. I said it was different enough from the.
It was a different species. That's why it couldn't crossbreed with the other
I
ones.
literally never said it was a
You
different
literally said
species.
it.
I said it
You
was different enough.
literally
I said it was still a mosquito,
Literally
but it was
said
different enough
Now,
that it could no longer
literally
inter.
tell me who the
Can
common
I respond,
ancestor,
please?
the
Dude,
fossil.
Dude, you need to let me actually respond. I never once said it was a different species. Those
I'm
words did-
short of time. I got to get all your bullshit out at once.
Yeah, dude, I never
Let him
said
finish,
it was
Ben.
a different species. I never said that once. Those words did
did.
not leave my
You
mouth.
absolutely did.
No, I 100% did not.
You
I said
definitely
that it was
did.
different enough that it could no longer interbreed with
You
the
said it was a
mosquitoes that
different
it had
species.
evolved
Those
from.
words came out. That's why I looked it up.
No, I did not say it was a different
yeah,
species.
yeah, yeah.
No, I did
all
not
your
say that.
bullshit
This
that you
would
tried pulling
be
is nonsense. This
I
is the
never
problem.
said that.
Sidetracked. And again, finally, list this common ancestor. List this common
Why do I have
ancestor
to? I don't
between
have to
us
list every common
and other
ancestor.
kids. It's the species jump that you're adding in with adaption and things like that, genetic crossbreeding, all those little fun things where all those things remain in the genome. It's the cross.
And we can literally see through the fossil record where the
stuff.
speciation has
And,
happened.
and you're being disingenuous when you were.
No, I'm not
when
being
you-
disingenuous. Please
you
don't
are.
say that.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
drag-
saying
you
that we can
drag that
literally see in the
with
fossil
rest
record
of
where
it and pretend
speciation has
like
happened.
The two aren't separate things. Like these guys are acknowledging the ones that remain in the genome, and then he's fighting the species jump. And
Yeah,
you're
no, I
pretend- and you're
never did.
pretending Like you
I
don't
never
get it
did that.
because
You're just
trying to
making
win the
things up
debate
that
off
I've
the
said.
top. Cool, bro. Cool. You got
Yeah,
the
you're
debate off the
making
top.
things up
Cool,
what I've said.
bro.
Is
But-
there?
but you're-
Can
but
I
you're
You're
ask?
making things
did
up
you
that I've
really
said. I
win?
never
Let
said
me
those things.
let me try to ask a question. Is there a gap between like the species linkage when they like change? Craig, is that what's going on?
Well, there's gaps everywhere, but we can, every time we find a new fossil, it creates two more gaps for us to find. But we can see in the fossil record where speciation has happened between so many different species.
What he can't do
And
is
he's
name
lit-
the parent of
Ben
those
is
two
saying things
species.
that I never said that I said.
What he can't do is name the parent of those two species.
Yeah,
He
because
just-
it doesn't
he
have a
just
name.
Insinuates that they're the same because they share some characteristics. And guess what? We have fucking.
Not every
we
fossil
have
record
an
has a
Oh,
specific
okay,
name.
hold on,
crazy
hold on. Let me make sure I understand this. So, because you two are getting frustrated with each other, so I'm going to try
I'm
to
not
talk for
frustrated
you.
His
at
name
all.
was
I'm
Bob.
actually,
hold on.
I'm getting back at this
So-
jackass for all the times he does that to all of us.
So
I'm highly
let me
amused.
understand. Let me make sure. So let's say there's like a species X, right, at the very bottom of this branch tree of some sort, right? And Craig, you're saying that there's somewhere on up the line there was a species A and a species B, and somehow they came together and eventually created species X, or did species B turn into species X?
Every species is transitional.
And how does it transition? Like how is it
because
going
of
from
adaptation to environmental pressures over millions of years?
So B can just become X.
Well, it would go for all the other ones first. It wouldn't just become X. It would go from every other transition in between it.
What is like a transition is like growing an extra toe or turning
not
my hands
growing
into
an extra toe, having a mutation that is beneficial to the environmental pressures.
See, nobody denies that shit. What they deny is species jump, the thing you have yet to answer for.
Yeah, I already have answered it.
Avoiding like the plague, which I get because you can't answer it.
I did answer it though.
No, you didn't. You answered adaptation, which remains in the genome. They don't become another thing.
No, he just says no.
Yeah, they're not another thing.
My
They're
God.
still every species is technically still the species that it evolved from.
No,
humans are apes, but apes are also monkeys.
So there's a difference then. Why?
We've got new traits, but we're still the species we evolved from.
Who is the common ancestor? Name the fossil.
We don't have the name for every single common ancestor
that we are derivative from. This isn't.
We don't have the name for every common
werewolf
ancestor.
And vampire movie where he
we
bit
don't
one
have the
and
name
turned
for
into a
every
wolf
common
and he bit the
ancestor. We
other
can just
and it
look at
turned
the fossil
into a
records
bat.
and see the
Give us
common
the
ancestor.
common fossil.
Yeah, if you don't want to let me talk, then there's no point responding to you.
List the common fossil between.
If you don't want to let me talk and not going to listen to my
ape.
answers, then there's no point me saying anything, is there, Ben?
How do we know?
I want one answer, and that's the common fossil. The same as I want the one answer, the common fossil between bats and men. You said there's all kinds of fossils, all kinds of jumps. The one gap makes more gaps. Like it sounds like a weird sexual thing. I don't know what the fuck you got going on.
Yeah,
but
so you're
answering is not one of
The
them.
fuck?
This is not evolution. You are straw man in evolution. There isn't a single fossil labeled the parent of human and bats. That's not how evolution works. Human and bats share an earlier placental mammal ancestor. The clade is Boroithera, and fossils like the Jumera and Emeo represent early Euthian relatives. While Onycythetius show early bat evolution, asking for the parent fossil is like asking for the one exact granddad fossil of all your cousins. Cute, but biological thick and not understanding evolution. I just answered your question, but I know you're maybe not intelligent enough to understand.
The answer was the common fossil.
Oh my God.
If we're both
And I gave you a bunch of common
one
fossils,
ancestor,
and you ignored it.
and there's a common fossil. You're trying to
Yeah, I know, I might be Swedish.
You're deciding to ignore the things that I've just said.
You don't have an answer.
I just answered you, and you're ignoring the answers.
And they said that the consensus
I just
is like
answered
something
you,
like
and you're ignoring the
possibly a
answers.
field shrew.
I just answered you, and you're ignoring the
All right,
answers.
we're not getting anywhere now. So
Yeah, because he refuses to listen, Sarah.
I'm trying to
being disruptive to the conversation because he would not listen to my answers,
Because I'm
and he's
mopping
ignored the
floor
answers
with
that I
you,
gave him.
dumbass.
I'm trying to
And you're
shut you
so
both
rude to
down so
everybody,
that
dude.
I can try to ask a question. So I want to understand how you're saying like bats and men, right, have some type of common linkage, right? It's a linkage, but it's not like a guarantee, right? It's just saying I guess what is the common linkage between the two?
The fact that we can look back in the fossil record and see that there is ancestors that are common to both of us. As I just went through a
And
large
what-
list, I
So I
just
guess-
literally,
Okay,
while
so
I was
I guess
talking,
my
Ben was
question-
still
hold
talking,
on,
so
hold on,
I
hold
went
on,
through
hold on.
hold
I'm
on,
trying
let
to
me answer the
disengage
question.
both of you. So
let me answer the question.
You
Like,
said there's
please.
a common ancestor
Yeah,
between both bat
Sarah,
and man, right?
Sarah, I literally went through the list of the clade and everything, explaining where the linkages lie. I've already done that. I just did that, but Ben was talking through it because he doesn't like the answers.
No, he didn't actually give an answer. He gave a
I
non-answer.
literally did.
He gave a non-answer. You know how much of the human genome
I literally
is paired
did,
with
and
the
you
potato?
don't like it. That's your
50%.
problem.
Do you know how much of the human genome is the same as a broccoli?
My lord.
50%. Oh, Jesus, we must derive from a potato and a broccoli.
No, that's not how that
No one
works.
says we derive from potato
And
and
you can't-
broccoli, but
And
we've
you
got common
can't fucking
ancestry.
answer. You're like, oh, look, this was bipedal. We're bipedal. We must share a common
You're
ancestor.
You're a man in
Yes.
English, you have no idea what you're fucking talking about because you're dumb.
It's pathetic. It's
Yes, you are. I
pathetic.
agree. You're
This is
pathetic
why
that you
you
refuse
guys-
to learn.
This is why you did this game with Clay where you forgot about scientific law, which actually has facts. You're like,
I never forgot about
my
I
theory.
forgot
No,
about
my
scientific
theory
law.
is that Craig
I
sucks
said
rotten
scientific
eggs.
laws are.
Oh my god!
Shut up so I can
All
fucking
right,
talk,
all
man.
right, all right.
I said
all
scientific
right.
laws
Okay.
are also part of scientific theory.
Hold on, Kraut.
Sarah, I kind of want to ask Greg a question now that I actually understand more of his view. If that's okay, if Greg's got a
All
few more
right,
minutes.
Ben. I
Well,
think
let me
you're.
respond to what Ben said first. Right? I didn't.
You went-
Have at it, Haas.
Right.
Go for it, Kraut.
Right. I
right,
didn't say,
so-
I didn't dismiss scientific laws. I explained that scientific laws, theories, scientific laws and facts are all part of the theory. The theory is the highest thing. Theories are higher than laws because laws are part of the theory.
The law is the highest thing, you fool.
No, it's not. Theories are higher than laws. Laws are contained within the theory, dumbass.
The law is the theory being replicated and proven.
No, it's not.
What
The
happened.
law
That's
is
what
part of the
replication
theory.
is.
Ben,
Y'all,
you are
y'all
wrong. Ben,
scientism-
you are.
scientism
Ben, shut
part-
up. You're wrong.
Forget how
Law
science
is,
works.
Ben, shut up. You're wrong.
Ben, shut
Law
up, you're
is
wrong.
part of
I'm going
the
to say
theory.
that.
Theory is
It's
higher
not.
than law. Yes, it is.
No,
Theory is
it's
higher
not.
than law.
No,
Right, there's a
it's
scientist
not.
here,
You're
PhD
higher
Tony.
than a fucking kite.
Oh my God.
How would
PhD Tony
a-
is a scientist here, and he will agree with me that a theory is higher than a law because laws are part of the theory.
But the theory can't survive without the law, though, right?
Well,
the theory,
it wouldn't be a theory if there wasn't
Sarah, the
laws
way it
and
works
facts to
is
go in
you
the
have-
theory.
It's an observation. From the observation, you have a hypothesis. Then you go about to proving
There's
independently. that
no
what
proof
you're
in science.
saying
There's no
is
such
a-
thing
is
as
an-
scientific
is a-
proof.
Is the thing that happens.
Ben,
And
there's
then
no such
when
thing
when
as
you
scientific
move
proof.
on
You've
to
no idea what you're talking about.
replicable, Then it becomes a law. And these dumbasses love to pretend like theory is somehow bigger than law.
It
but they
is.
can't,
Theory
because
is
most
higher
of
than
the
law.
bullshit that they tout, they can't replicate. That's
Theory
why.
is
All right.
higher than law because theory contains the law.
You're higher than a kite.
Oh my
Well, I
God.
haven't smoked weed in like nearly 6 months, so no. Theory
I didn't
contains the
imagine it
law.
was weed.
Ben, shut up
Nobody
and let
I
me
know that
talk.
smokes weed
Ben,
is
be
that
quiet.
fucking dumb.
Bench.
Shush.
Theory
I was
contains
dead.
Shush,
all
Ben,
laws.
shush.
Chasing the dragon.
All of the laws are in the theory. Therefore, the theory is higher than the law.
The
It's not my
theory
fault
comes
you don't
before
understand
the
science because
law.
you slept through
After
science
you've
class.
done your replication, theory becomes law. You dumb
No.
motherfucker.
Oh my God.
No,
No.
law is in the theory. Theory is the highest.
Oh God, you guys are
May
pathetic scientists.
may
Guys are
I
pathetic.
clarify
Yeah,
something?
let PhD Tony.
Serious.
All right.
He's a
Let me.
scientist.
Here's what we got to do because I know that Israel's time is starting to come up, and I've got other people who want to get into both directions. Okay. So let's do a Borg. If you had a question for Israel, go ahead and ask it, or the comment now, please.
Just before can I just want the scientist in the room, PhD Tony, to answer the question: are laws part of the theory?
So yes, laws are part of the theory. Laws are descriptions of what happens. A theory is an explanation of why it happens. Both are verified by. You can shake your head all you want. I'm a professional scientist and you're not.
Professional
and-
idiot.
I'm a professional scientist too. I own my own fucking lab. Yeah, you might have laws in the
No, you
description
don't,
of your
lie.
theory. The end
So-
result of your theory,
so
your
I'm-
replication
so
becomes
you,
its own
you can,
law.
You can, all right. You can talk over the professional scientist in the room, and you can assert that you're ignorant. Your ignorant
Beaker over
comments
here.
have any bearing. You're just wrong. A theory is the highest standard of. You are confusing scientific theory with the way we use theory colloquially. A theory is colloquially we mean it's a hypothesis. It's a guess at what's going on. In science, a theory is something like the theory of gravity, the theory of relativity. the theory of germ theory.
Neither of which can be replicated. That's
core.
why they
Yes,
aren't
and
law.
I understand that you
Sound like
have
a broken
to
record,
me.
man.
Not on the panel yet. I don't know why the
Okay, we're all done. We're all done. You're all wrong according to Google AI Overview, and that's what I'm running with right now. It says scientific laws describe what happens in nature, often expressed as a mathematical equation. Scientific
Oh my God,
theories explain
AI.
why or how those phenomena happen. A theory, please tell your kids to stop. Crowd, I love kids, but not on my fucking background noise. A theory will never become law, and a law will never become theory. They are simply different tools used to understand the universe. In science, laws are not above theories. Instead, they represent two completely different types of knowledge, and one does not graduate into the other. That's what Google says. I'm going with it just because y'all keep bitching. All right. We're going to move on. Borg Emporia, to you, please. Your question for Israel or Craig or whoever, wherever you wanted to go.
Did you
Okay,
hear that?
hi. Had everything ready, and I lost all my mind with that. Israel, question: if God created everything, why did He go back and create the wing 4 separate times? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Israel's not there, I don't think.
Israel just jumped out on again. We'll give him just a second to come back in. I apologize.
Actually, forgot about
You gotta play whack-a-mole with him. You gotta time it.
While we're waiting for Israel to come back up, let me read a few super chats that came in since we're behind on those. And I know Craig is leaving soon. So Josh said, where did Brick get his 2 degrees? Just curious. Richard says evolution addresses the diversity of life on Earth, not the origin of life on Earth. Richard says, don't underestimate the survival benefits of the gay uncle. Awkward. All right. Israel is back. So, Borg, if you want to ask your question again, I apologize.
Technology, I know how it goes. Israel, if God created everything, why did He go back to the drawing board 4 separate times just to create the wing? Evolution has something called convergent evolution that explains everything perfectly.
To create the rain?
The wing. Like birds, pterosaurs, insects. W-I-N-G.
To create the winged creatures like birds?
Yeah. There's design for certain times.
Are you referring to
There
the
are 4
evolutionary
different
account or to
designs
the
for
biblical
the
account?
wings. Why are
Allow
there
me,
different designs for the wings?
Allow me to put some of the, we are back to one at a time. PhD, you got brought in because Craig asked you a question. I allowed it, but we are at one at a time for Borg and Israel back and forth.
So
Thank
he's saying
you.
there are 4 different kinds of wings. Why did God make 4 different kinds of wings? I mean, why did God not make you with 2 noses? I don't know. Like, I don't. If we're talking about God again, I'll tell you what I told the earlier caller. God determines what His creation is. I'm not here to speak for God.
Right.
I'll trust His design.
Oh, damn it. Turn your camera off for a little bit, Israel. Maybe that'll let your bandwidth kind of catch up. In this way, we don't lose you.
Can you hear me or no?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, all I said is that I don't think that it's up to us to judge existence and to project our personal judgments onto God's creation. God will always be more powerful and smarter than you. Did you hear that?
So just total.
I heard it. Any thoughts to that, Borg?
Got nothing. I'm just a biology major, so I know evolution. I'll take his word for his faith. Not questioning it.
No problem. All right, Kraut. You tuck the gremlins away, I assume. If you're ready, you can ask your question to Craig before he goes. He is on a very fast time limit. 10, 9. Okay.
All right. Yeah, real quick. Well, I'm in the process. If they start freaking acting up, I'll just mic up real quick and then hop on like 5 minutes
Sure,
later.
go ahead.
But Greg, are you under the impression that we can? Yeah. Oh, give me 5 minutes, sir.
All right. Well, Craig's probably going to be gone by then, but that's okay. All right. We'll move on to PhD Tony. Your question, I believe, was to Israel, I'm assuming. Go ahead.
Okay. 400 years ago, every serious scientist on the face of the planet thought that the Earth was about 6,000 years old and that the biblical flood was real. We abandoned that position because of the overwhelming abundance of evidence disputing that conclusion. Now, you asked, you keep on talking about geochronological techniques. Do you understand any of them? Could you describe a single geochronological technique for me?
Geochronological?
Yes.
You're referring to how to judge the chronology of the Earth?
Yes, the age of the Earth, or the age of a sample.
Yeah, again, obviously you have a lot more study regarding
My
these
question
things.
was, can you describe a single technique that is used in this? It's a yes or no question.
The answer is no, but the reason why I'll still dispute it is because I know that it's human beings who are the ones telling me these things.
Okay.
Based off
So,
of their understandings.
Okay. So do you like having petrol in your car? Do you like having the metals in your car? Do you like having the wiring that goes into your building? Do you like having minerals that are dug up by mineral companies? Because mineral exploration is a very expensive business, and in order to work out where mineral forming deposits formed, they use geochronological techniques. So the accuracy and the reliability with which geochronologists can locate these mineral-bearing formations, in fact, underpins the success of modern society. So we have this independent verification of the reliability and the robustness of geochronological techniques and their accuracy. Do you concede that this is the case?
Well, I can see that it's obvious that through modern science, things are able to be done. There are calculations that are clearly workable. That's why I wasn't even here to dispute what is observable.
You actually called me and my colleagues corrupt earlier in the stream. So I'd like you to concede that we have independent verification that these techniques are reliable.
To be fair, I didn't say you are corrupt. I said you can be corrupt. And I do think there are instances in science where we can point to corruption.
Yes. Are there instances of corruption amongst the religious?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I wouldn't get offended if you.
So should we dismiss everything that you say because there are individual religious people who are corrupt?
No, I didn't dismiss everything that science says. I just said that I think that when science begins,
you're dismissing all of geochronology on this basis, aren't you?
Well, no, you're speaking of your ability to
I
study.
Mean, he's been pretty dismissive of science so far.
Monetary decisions of where to find minerals, and you're again, my objection is that you're using your modern tools and abilities to track the unknown. And when I say the unknown, I mean millions and millions of years on an Earth that could have been changing and in ways that you could never account for because you don't know what could have happened. So again, I'm just saying that I think science is out of this.
That doesn't matter, sir. You can only say this thing because you don't know what you're talking about. The rates of radiometric decay are determined by the weak force, the nuclear weak force. There is no indication that can change. There's no mechanism by which it can. The cosmogenic.
I mean, I'll give you a mechanism.
Don't say the mechanism is God.
Okay. Describe a mechanism by which the weak force can change.
Don't say God.
The very fabric of reality can change to the point where your
That's
measurements of the current reality would
That's not a mechanism, is it?
on a previous existence.
By what mechanism can that occur? Describe the mechanism. Don't just say reality can be different from what it is. I'm asking for a mechanism.
That's not, it's not a mechanism.
What you're saying instead is reality could be different.
Do you concede?
Everybody concedes that reality could be different. The question is, what is the mechanism by which this could be affected? And if you say God, then you are begging the question, and you are inviting the conclusion that God is deceptive, because God could have given us evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old. He could have made it look like the Earth is 6,000 years old, and he clearly didn't. And all of the scientific data that we have amino acid racemization techniques, VAV chronologies, ice core chronologies, speleothem chronologies, magnetostratigraphy, ocean core chronologies, radiometric dating, and cosmogenic exposure age dating. These are completely dendrochronology. These are completely physically distinct mechanisms that
I love this
give
guy.
consistent
I love this
results.
guy. He's great.
So there are multiple strands of data that are all
He knows shit.
giving us these ages of millions of years, and you're saying that they're all misleading. They're all designed to mesh perfectly, but to disagree, but to fundamentally not describe reality. That
So
can
again,
only
I
be the
think you might
that can only be the result of God lying to the scientists.
Okay, so again, you might have misunderstood. At no point in this conversation did I say that I know that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. I do believe that if you trace the chronology, there was an explosion. It's even discussed in the book Darwin's Doubt, where there was an explosion of fossil records and creation at a certain point in time, and I think that's what the biblical story of the current variation of creation that we're experiencing right now is describing. So even if you were to believe that the Earth predated,
Is he talking about the Cambrian
most recent
explosion?
creation account in the Bible, that could be again from a different time and a different place, and it's not necessarily. It doesn't.
Again, so you're speaking from absolute ignorance. We have evidence of biological carbon based on the partitioning between carbon-13 and carbon-14. We have evidence.
Does he even know what carbon-13 and carbon-14
more
is?
than 3 billion years ago, well before the Cambrian explosion, which I think you're referring to. And the Ediacaran comes before the Cambrian. You're making these comments, sir, and you know nothing about what you're talking about.
It is pretty crazy that he doesn't know.
No, I need to finish what I'm saying. That it would be okay if you had any idea what the hell you're talking about, but instead you have no idea. It would be like if I came in and started trying to give lessons on the Torah in your synagogue without ever having read the thing.
Okay, so again, your accusation is incorrect because at no point have I made accusations that are outside of my depth. I'm asking
many
you
times you have.
direct questions. First of all, you said, why do you believe the Earth is 6,000 years old? I never said that I believe the Earth is necessarily 6,000 years old. I also said that I never said
that the Earth is definitely not billions of years old.
I didn't say that. I said you wouldn't have to come onto billions of years if you believed that God can create in the immediate moment. Also, it could be that the Earth is ancient because previous realities existed at other times. But I'm just talking about.
So you've got an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and here you are discussing science. Science science is uninterested in unfalsifiable hypothesis. If your hypothesis can shift to meet whatever data and say, oh, well, maybe it was like that, then you've got zero predictive power and
you have zero explanatory power.
Verifiability.
Again, you are. We may be focusing on different things, but I'm saying that it is my belief that reality came about by the hand of God, and that everything that we see playing out is by the hand of God. I don't believe that reality began 6,000 years ago. I'm sure reality has been around for quite a long time. And so, if the Earth has predated this current creation,
no one who's listening,
however you want to.
and it's inefficient. So we use geochronology and geochemical signatures in order to identify better places to drill and home in on where the minerals actually are.
All right,
So
now I'm back.
Okay, can I talk? So
Sure.
you use a instrument to test the age of
No.
that. No. So again, you're still not really explaining where the chronology aspect comes in. You're saying we judge the geology, we judge
My
the
suggestion
location.
to you, sir, is that if you're really interested, go and do 5 years of a graduate
You should be
diploma.
able to. No, see again, that's a deflection.
No.
You should be
no.
able to explain how geology, how chronology plays a role in this
I did.
discovery. I mean, you keep like shifting to other aspects. You're like, first we find the traces there, so which means you already discovered it manually. You discover the
No.
traces, and you say we find traces of the mineral. Now we have to go and check the
No.
Earth's crust and check the geological formations on that location to see where the best place to
Your
drill is.
listening comprehension is absolutely fucking terrible.
It's
we
not
don't
great.
find the mineral. We find geochemical traces
Yeah,
that are related.
I literally said that traces
How about
of the mineral.
this is why you don't understand what I'm saying.
Why?
Is the mineral the same as the geochemical something? Is that,
So-
are you guys
So
saying
No,
the
he-
same
he-
thing there?
let's suppose that we're looking for gold. Okay. Let's
looking
suppose
for
that we're looking for gold. Let's make this a concrete example. So, during mineral formation, where gold veins form, other chemicals are ejected, right?
Ejected. Is that what you said? Ejected?
Yes, ejected.
Okay.
Sort of the
Ejected.
there is a partitioning. The chemicals separate out, and they there's high pressure, high temperature. Things melt, and then they solidify as the pressure and temperature regime cools. But because the different elements have different responses to pressure and temperature, they're partitioned out. And so there'll be areas where there's a lot of gold because all of the gold partitioned out at the same time. So when we look at other, when we drill a core and we look in the core, we will find other elements and other
What is
other
Clay
minerals
losing his mind
that are
about?
not gold,
I
that
know
do
my mic
not
is
bear
muted.
a relationship to gold. But we know that they separate out from gold at particular points during mineral formation. And so from looking at the other,
Yes, we do know
looking
that,
at
Clay.
the age and the composition of these,
Yes.
this will tell us where, this will give us information on where and at what depth we should be looking for the gold
The
bearing.
looks
Does that
on
make
he's
it
making.
clearer?
So you follow
Oh,
the
God.
breadcrumbs to get to the
Yes.
loaf. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
That's pretty
Yeah,
easy to
and
understand.
you're saying that you use chronology in order to know how
Yes.
much of a certain mineral has developed.
Well,
there?
so the chronology, so you combine the geochronological data with your knowledge of the geological structure. So you say, okay, we know that this thing partitioned from the gold, and it formed about 400 million years ago. And below it, there's a layer that formed about 350 million years ago. Okay, those two, sorry, above it, 350 million years ago. So that combination of data gives us some indication of where of sort of the angle that we need to follow to get to that very specific depth and location where the gold is going to be.
Hmm. Okay, I understand your point. I guess you're saying that chronology plays a role in understanding where and how deep minerals are located or how much is there. So look,
Yeah.
I see your point, and you're saying that these things are you can demonstrate how the chronology is correct in terms of discovering minerals. As you said, this is not my field. I'm not trying to dispute scientific findings in all respects or to say that they have no validity ever. My only point was then, to say that you know exactly what happened on Earth for millions of years is my main issue, because even if Earth has been around for millions of years, I don't think we know exactly what has happened, and I don't think we know exactly how things happen, and I don't think we know that human beings, for example, are just evolved from the same ancestor as apes, or that human beings and bats evolved from the same ancestor. When
So
it comes to projecting that into the past by millions of years, especially with relationship to species and all that, it definitely does start to turn into a guessing game and assumptions and leaps and connections.
everything's a guessing game, and I wanted the reason I wanted to interject is that you keep on using the word exactly. Scientists will rarely ever use the word exactly. We have confidence in our conclusions that is proportional to the evidence that supports those conclusions.
Yeah, we're never 100% sure.
We don't ever say, or we shouldn't ever say, that we are 100% certain that that's what happened. It is entirely possible that the creationist narrative is correct, that each of these species in the fossil record was independently created by an omnipotent creator.
Boom, there you go.
That is not a hypothesis that we can exclude, but it is scientifically uninteresting in that we can't falsify it. There's nothing we could find.
It's uninteresting because
can I ask a question
God.
then?
Yeah.
Would you say that you like in your position as a scientist, do you actively try to take the theory of God and prove it, or do you actively try to disprove it?
Neither.
The God is a very separate thing. Like I became an atheist about 10 years ago, and I'm not a young man. So for 30 years, I was a professional scientist and a Christian. So not of Israel's faith, but I definitely believed in a God. Now, I don't think that science and religion are trying to answer the same questions. I'm not trying to argue that anybody should abandon their religious convictions. I'm suggesting that the evidence we have is not consistent with a biblical interpretation with a literal biblical interpretation. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to falsify. I'm not trying to say that nobody should be Jewish. I'm not trying to say nobody should be Christian.
But Tony, I have to say you conceded a remarkable point, which is that it is possible that the independent fossils that we find are not evolved fossils, but rather independently created. I think
that's not all that remarkable.
That's unbelievable.
It's not impossible. We can't falsify that hypothesis.
Well, again,
you propose that, and
then it comes down to what you choose to believe. Do you choose to believe that there was no higher power that acted on existence to actually independently create species, and things just had to evolve for millions of years in order for it to happen? Or do you believe that God can act on existence and independently create these new creations? And even if there is resemblance between different things, as Benjamin said, we resemble potatoes in a lot of ways. You know, it doesn't mean
but there's no. This is the thing. This is the thing that I object to, is that you're putting that forward as though it is a scientific hypothesis with any validity. It's not. If you want to believe that, go ahead and believe that. And I hope it brings you every happiness.
1 second, but you said there's literally.
But you have no right to get onto any public forum and suggest that there is any evidence supporting your hypothesis.
There's literally 1 second. From a scientific perspective, you just said there is no real validity to one theory over the other. Either God created everything independently. Well, again, you said either God created everything independently, we cannot disprove that hypothesis, or everything evolved on its own over millions of years, right? So why is your hypothesis superior to mine?
It's falsifiable.
Because ours has predictive power,
and it's falsifiable.
Ours is very ours. So you could go out and you could tomorrow, nominally, you could find evidence that would falsify evolution, that would falsify the genetic our understanding of genes. You could falsify it nominally tomorrow with new findings. We are open to new data. You can't falsify the God hypothesis, so there and you can't make any predictions on its basis. All you can predict is whatever evidence you find, you found the evidence.
So in order for something to be true, it has to be falsifiable?
No. Well, in order for something to be in order for something to be scientifically
That's like the
interesting-
opposite of truth.
No, in order to be scientifically interesting, it has to be falsifiable. In order to be considered as evidence supported by the evidence, it has to be falsifiable. If the evidence is if any evidence cannot falsify a hypothesis, then the hypothesis is simply independent of all evidence. If nothing can falsify the hypothesis, then the hypothesis is untestable and scientifically uninteresting. It gives us no predictive power whatsoever.
I mean, you can. Why is that true? Like, if the nature of the world that God created is such, then you can study that nature as a scientist and use it for predictive power without disbelieving in a creator or that the creator is the one that independently made these species.
Yeah, yes, but that's my point. You can believe that. The question is, as a scientist, what does the evidence support? The evidence.
Well, it's neither here nor there.
So you can, and there are scientists of faith, right? There are scientists who are Jewish. There are scientists who are Christian. There are scientists who are Muslim. There are scientists who are Hindu. Scientists of all religious persuasions. And in order to be a good scientist, what you need to do is you need to say, okay, I'm setting aside my religious preferences, and I'm just going to approach this straightforward and just look at the data. What does the data tell me? And if I invoke God as an explanatory mechanism all the time, then that just isn't that just doesn't allow me to make any progress.
Why not? I mean, again, when we say God, we're just referring to the causality behind all of this, because you can still observe God's creation and make predictive observations without denying the origin source or the power that pushes this process forward. And by your own admission, what I'm saying about God creating species independently is not at all that's not falsifiable by science either. And
is not up to the task of providing a sound explanation.
Right.
All right. Before you continue, I want to inform the audience we are officially moving over to the Gauntlet. Of course, if you're on StreamYard, you're staying exactly where you are. You're not moving. They're going to follow us. If you are watching the Raging Tomato over on YouTube, on Kick, on X, on Twitch, on Pilled, on anything else, I am shutting those down. If you're watching the Raging Tomato on YouTube directly, it will redirect you over to the Gauntlet Debate. If you want to find us, go to YouTube, type in at the Gauntlet Debate. You will find us there at the Gauntlet Debate. I love you. We'll catch you on the other side. All right. This also means we are officially in open panel mode. So PhD, Tony, and Israel, as much as I love the back and forth between the two of you, I know everyone else wants to jump in on this conversation and yell and scream at you. So again, keep your civility among yourselves. Try to be as, reasonable as you can with all of those factors. And we will move forward accordingly. Also, the boots are officially in store. Israel's the only one. And I will actually put out a hand to PhD Tony, because he was actually on my list of people to reach out to for debates. So I'm going to extend him immunity for the evening if he wants to stay and play. Everyone else here is bootable. $10, you can get them off the screen. Backstage, I've got Salty Santa, Spin, Asvaroon, and Bones of Dune waiting to come up and yell at people as well. All right, back to you, Israel.
Sir,
Hey,
I hate to
hold
do
up,
this.
Israel.
let-
can
yeah.
I
Hi,
ask Tony
sorry.
a couple questions real quick? My computer's about to die.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. Hey, Tony, I just got to ask two clarifying questions. Do you think science is well, no, I think you said science isn't an end all be all, like it's not entirely accurate, right?
Well, science is self-correcting. It tries to be as accurate as it can, but there are limits on what we know. But
Yeah, yeah.
but we don't claim to know anything with certainty.
Right.
We
Well,
think that the Earth is
hold
round.
up. I got to interrupt you real quick because people get on tangents when I just ask for a simple answer. I'm just trying to bang out a couple answers real quick, then I'll ask the most important one. There's been countless of theories that have been proven wrong. Hell, Stephen Hawking, one of my favorite scientists of all time, RIP, proved countless of his previous theories inaccurate, and he had better theories to go off that. But I'm just going to ask you one question. How did the Big Bang start? What created the Big Bang?
Don't know.
You don't know?
Yep.
That's a good
Matter
answer.
can't be created nor destroyed, right?
That's no, that's not true. Matter can be.
No, it
can be
actually is
created and
true.
destroyed.
Matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed.
Energy.
That's true.
You're talking about.
One has a fun evening. It's only just getting started, IO10, and we've been having a great night all night. Shivak says, hashtag Vegas. Woohoo! Another one. Christians can't handle precise language. PhD Tony, thank you for your sacrifice, sir. Shout out to you there. And IO10, I love it when she sends the $10 just to autocorrect the autocorrect. She says, oh my goodness. All right, Azron, you had your hand up. Go ahead and ask. I know you got plenty to say, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah, I wanted to ask a question, but Israel went off. I wanted to ask the question to Israel and Tony. My phone's battery is very low. So, like, since Israel has gone off, will you again in future hold this topic on evolution?
Yeah, of course. I mean, but ask your PhD Tony's here. You said you had a question for him. Ask it. Go.
Yeah, but if since Israel is gone, like it'll be incomplete. But I'll see what I can do because my battery is very, very low. I'll see, Sarah, what I can do.
Go ahead. I'm sure somebody else can step in on
Stop
Israel's
preparing.
behalf.
Just go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've made notes on evolution. So, like regarding evolution, Tony, I've made some notes over here from the theological perspective why they say it's not right, and from the scientific perspective why they say it's right. Can you answer them because it's a bit long? And oh no, my battery is. I'll have to go, Sarah. My battery is too low. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay, fine.
Bye, Azroon. Good to see you, brother, man. Come back when you're better.
Yeah, but yeah.
So
Good to see you, Azroon.
So
Yeah.
to give a generic answer, I realize he didn't get to make any of his specific points. But so far, evolution, then this gets back to Clay's point about evolution being unfalsifiable. No, there's plenty of evidence that could be found that could falsify evolution. If, for instance, humans and chimpanzees were completely genetically distinct, that would falsify evolution. If we found a Pegasus,
Hold on, bonehead. Hold on, bonehead.
if we
I
found
have
a
been listening to
Pegasus,
this
I'm
bullshit.
not going to.
There's only
I'm
one
not going
person
to
that'll tell
stop
me to shut
talking
up,
and
and
be
it's not you.
interrupted. I'm not going to stop talking and be interrupted. Thank you for your input. You could find
Well,
a
you didn't
find
get
a
to my
Pegasus
fucking
in
input.
fossil
Well, here's
records.
my fucking input.
That would falsify evolution.
Here's
So
my
evolution
fucking input.
is falsifiable.
Burnt
We
toast and I
haven't
came
found
up
any
with a
evidence
fucking question.
that can
I can
falsify
talk
it.
over you, trust me.
And so I
In all fairness, Tony, Spin, I did skip you in front of Spin earlier in order to give you a seat on the panel. So I think, and he's been back there for a couple hours, mind you. You skipped a very long line. So in all fairness, if he has something to add, and I think it would be rightfully so to hand him a little bit of the floor.
Okay, sure.
Sure, that's her politely telling you to shut the fuck up because you've done nothing but talk. Stupid bullshit. Well,
Yeah,
here's some more
disappointed.
stupid bullshit for you. So, Burnt Toast and I came up with a question. So basically,
Someone is
if a
heavily
chimp-
breathing
if a
into their
chimp-
mic.
Yeah,
Someone
somebody
is
is
heavily
heavily
breathing
breathing into the mic.
if a chimp can stick its finger up its ass, so basically you're saying I can do the same, right? And I'm evolved.
Why do you even open your fucking mouth?
What the fuck?
But
Shut
That's
up.
what you came up with in the last
Hey,
stream.
liberal, shut the fuck up.
See, Tony, you are very well protected in this space. I wouldn't worry too much.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but I'm fucking almost everybody's a fucking liberal.
Oh no,
Answer the
pobrecito.
fucking question.
But at
You're
least
the
we're not
doctor.
brain dead.
Did you get
That
your
is true.
doctorate offline?
Sorry, the question was, can you stick your finger up
No,
your ass?
that's not what the question was. Get the dick out of your fucking ear, and I'll fucking ask it again.
What is with the insertion?
Would you like me to ask the question again?
This unearned bluster is insane.
hey, Spin, why are you so
Every
obsessed
time.
with dicks?
Not particularly, no. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. But go ahead and ask your question again, or not. Just fuck off. See if I care.
And take out all the inserting into butts and
Says
stuff.
the
and
man
just ask
from
a
across
regular
the
question.
pond that's got a fake fucking PhD. Trust me.
across the.
Whoa! Why are we attacking
again?
How much do you want to bet on it? I'll bet you 10 grand I do have a PhD.
Yeah, I wouldn't go.
Oh, I could get a fucking PhD offline too.
Hold on, Spin. You can't. Nobody can. I wouldn't go discrediting people's credentials, right? Unless you've actually gone and researched who PhD Tony is, where his credentials came from, whether they're credited or not. If you've done
Still
research
breathing into their mic.
and want to, and KO Dave, get off your mic. It's not a dick. If you want to discredit him, at the very least, do your research first and then come at him with some kind of, I don't know, reason why you believe his PhD would not be true. But to just
fine.
use that,
Then I'll ask the
that is
question again.
Okay.
Then I'll ask the question again. So you're saying so basically your idea of evolution is if a chimp can stick his finger up his ass,
no sticking in the
so
butt.
can I.
No.
Why do we want to stick things in butts?
What does that even have to do
Is
with
this another
evolution?
gay panel?
Ask your question without any insertion, please.
What is
so that means I evolve, right?
No.
Sticking things up your butt does not cause
Why don't
things
you
to
try and
evolve. I
see?
don't think you know how
I commit sodomy,
reproduction
therefore I
works. I mean,
evolve.
bro, like, come on.
Is that the through line?
Shut the fuck up, basement dweller.
That's
I
not
asked
the,
the
that's not the, that's not
Hold
the
on.
argument. That's not the evidence in support of evolution. It's got nothing to do with evolution.
Iotin with the hold on. Iotin with
In
the
his-
pun intended. Good job, Iotin.
That's great.
Well
All right.
played. Well played, young lady. Well played.
Wow, did that shut all of you guys up? Howard says, "Nah, I'm
go
with
from there?
Spin on this." All right, so we're enjoying.
If I may,
Go
as
ahead,
well.
Clay.
Spin, I think, is pointing out de-evolution, which is actually the whole mosquito problem, the magfly or whatever that fucking shit is. Like the idea that, okay, so there's related genetics, but that doesn't necessarily mean that one came from the other, right? So if we're in the same genome, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden one
50%
day,
potato, 50% broccoli.
yeah.
So
I mean,
what's like the other
at
measure
some
for
point,
relation?
like here's the
then?
thing,
Okay.
huh?
What would be like a different measure for relation that is more accurate then?
I mean, we're all
Because when parents do like a genetic tests on their children, or when you do like a Me23, whatever the fuck it's called, you base that off
Boys,
of like
mold,
genomic
and
sequences.
fungus,
You base it
sir.
off the
Boys, mold, and
DNA
fungus.
of you compared to other people in your
Right,
lineage,
yeah.
and
And
that
then
is
you
how
look-
you determine relatedness. So
Well, within evolution,
what would be the
it's-
other usage of this?
within
Because that's how
evolution-
evolution does this too.
Right. Yeah. Evolution uses it to say, okay, these animals are related to these animals. But the truth of the matter is, all life has some genetic relation. Like, it's just because it's life,
Yeah,
all
this
of a
is
sudden,
predicted
it
under evolution.
Yeah, we only know
has
that through
to come
evolution.
from- one comes from another. That's just a guess. It's not an actual fact, right?
What do you mean it's a guess?
I mean, like, so mammals
Well
are
played,
in their
Tom.
own.
Well played.
Yeah, so
But
mammals are a thing.
conceivable that they're
reptiles
not
are a
all
thing.
related.
We say these things aren't related if we're talking about evolution, but they came from a specific. Like it was actually the thing that Ben brought up, which is
No, in
how
a
are
distant
we
sense, they
related
are
to a
related.
bat? Well,
Y'all
it's-
have
the
DNA.
question was how are we human beings related to a bat? Now there is a common
Related-
ancestry. There is a
Okay,
common
relatedness
ancestry.
is just a function.
There
of
is a,
genetic
there is a,
DNA.
there is a common ancestry
There
in
is a
evolution. No,
little
there
side
actually is. I just looked it up, bro. It's like some
Yeah, they
created-
diverge.
Wait,
like
who's
100,000
But
disputing
when-
this?
when
I
the
just told
question
you
was asked- when
earlier
the
that
when
how
the
we
question-
measure
when the
how
question- when the
biologists
question-
measure
when the question-
relatedness
when the question
between
was-
two
when the
species
question
or
was
two
asked- when
people.
the que-
If you're
you know
talking
why
about
I'm repeating what
ancestry,
I'm saying is because
specifically
bones
is
can't
related to genetic
hear either of
similarity.
you. I don't hear
don't
either
know
of you.
why you're debating me on this.
What I'm waiting for you to shut the fuck up and answering your questions. Don't be. a
I'm
retard.
waiting for you to like make a claim that can be contended.
Well,
here.
shut the fuck up so you can do that.
Wait, you're the one making the contentious
No, you're
claim,
still
not
talking.
me. You told me to
But you
shut up
keep
so I
talking
could make
every
a
time I
contentious
talk, you
claim.
wanna
So
start talking.
I'm very confused as to what you want me to do. Do you
Yeah, I
want me
know
to shut
you're
up or do you
confused.
want me to
You're a
speak?
retard. Yes, you're very well
I'm
confused. Yes,
confused that
no,
you want
shut
me
up.
to both
Okay.
just shut up.
just
We
make it
and
up
can
and get it
speak?
over
we
with?
can either sit here and dick measure, okay, or I can one of you can get to a point, or I can hand it off to someone else who actually wants to have a conversation.
I
Your
have
pick.
it, but I want to ask the question without Bones interrupting. So the question is very much this. Ben actually asked it earlier: is how are we related to the bat? Okay, and then my point is this: there actually is in evolution an actual creature that they say we are somehow common ancestry. But when the question is asked, all of a sudden the evolutionists say, "Oh, it just is. It just is. It just is." Now, if you believe in evolution, but you're unwilling to look at the evidence that's been presented to you according to your own belief system, I call bullshit.
Okay, so great.
But
So,
no, that's
wait,
a fallacy.
PhD,
That's a
can I
logical fallacy. Can I respond to that?
okay.
Is it a
Yeah, go
logical
for it.
fallacy? No, I want to hear PhD Tony.
So,
not Bones. You're a retard, dude.
so the claim is because Craig didn't look up the answer, therefore evolution is false. That's a logical fallacy.
No,
Actually, Clay's even
No.
misreading it a little bit. There's
Mm-hmm.
a consensus that it's something like a prairie land shrew. They don't even know. They don't even actually know what this parent thing is.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, well, we think it was probably a prairie land shrew, and you guys pretend like you have facts when you in that part's the important part.
That is
where you got to go.
And do you know what would falsify? Do you know what would falsify the evolutionary hypothesis there?
Yeah, if you don't find it.
If you found a modern human skeleton in the same layer as that prairie shrew, or if you found a fully human skeleton in the Ediacaran,
Actually, that would prove that there's human beings that existed during that time frame, which is supposed to be apparently like millions
that
of
would
years
be
ago.
completely unrelated. That would be completely unrelated to any other animal alive at the time.
What I'm saying is I don't actually I'm actually not even with Israel on this whole millions of years things, right? So I actually believe in the 6,000-year-old model. So I don't even go with his bullshit.
Then you're demonstrably wrong.
Well, you could be absolutely wrong too.
Because you
I
can't
could
prove
be,
that
but
time
the evidence,
frame
but I
back.
have evidence supporting. I have evidence regarding the robustness and the reliability.
Which I don't believe is
of
actual
the
evidence.
So the fact that you had petrol to put in your car is in fact due to the accuracy
oil exists,
of
therefore
geochronological
Oil
technique.
exists,
And
therefore you know the time frame of
One at a time, I can't hear. One at a time, I can't hear.
Well, here's the thing: oil exists. That does not necessarily mean that you know when oil all of a sudden started to exist.
Clay, it's not just the oil; it's the fact that you can predict the time frame at which oil could form. You find the pockets in the specific layer where that oil forms, and guess what? You can extract it from there based
You
off
can
of that.
predict where it's at
Based
because
off of
apparently
radiometric dating, my friend.
Okay, how does
I know
radio
we've had
work?
an extensive
No, this is great. No, actually,
conversation
this is
about
perfect.
this.
This is perfect. How does radio dating work?
So specifically, you take some type of isotope, that isotope over time is known to have a decay rate of some x. Over time, the amount of parent material exists versus some sort of daughter material existing. You figure out where in the time frame that would be, and that's how you determine the age of the actual
decay
rock.
rate. Decay rate is the actual basic definition.
Well, the decay rate is just some type of
decay rate.
some sort of
How
material.
long does it take for that particular element to decay? Correct. That's it.
Specifically, the half-life.
The half-life,
The
right?
half-life
So,
of it, yeah.
how long does
That
it take to
particular
observe that?
isotope of that element.
How long does it take to observe that?
We can observe that. We can observe that
How long
very,
does it-
very precisely.
Yeah, depending on what
observe that
element.
very, very precisely.
Now, how many years have you had, or the scientific community had, to observe these things?
40 years.
40 years. Okay, I'll give you 150. I like to do this for the evolutionists, for the Big Bang people. I like to give you a whole 150, the entire span of the scientific community.
Yeah,
150.
obviously accuracy is not your strong suit.
Yeah, that would be more like 400.
I'm giving you extra. You don't like it, but I'll give. Okay, you want to go with 40? So how
You just
many
don't understand how it's not a
how
flex.
How many times have you seen the decay rate? How many years have you been able to observe the decay rate?
Every single year. What are you talking
Is this a
about?
you don't know that it's actually a stable decay rate?
So you say 40
argument?
years. You say 40 years. So how is it that
Oh,
you
no.
can tell me what happened 50 million years ago?
So we
Oh,
can
no.
observe
Oy vey, man.
the decay rate, right?
Yeah, the decay rate, right?
We can
yeah.
measure the decay rate, and we
you
know
saw-
that the
And you're
decay rate is.
positive, you're positive over millions of years, nothing
decay.
changed.
We know
That
that the
decay rate.
decay rate is dictated by the weak nuclear force, correct?
Okay.
They wouldn't know. PhD Tony, they don't know that.
Okay. We know that the weak nuclear force is one of the fundamental forces in nature, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we know that is not prone to vary.
No, we
Not
don't. We
prone
only
to
observed
vary?
it.
Hey, Clay.
Oh, here it is. Here
And
it
you're
is. Not
saying
prone
that
to
it
vary.
needs
Understand what
years
this
of
means. The
extrapolation.
definition of prone.
What?
Can you
The
define
clocks that you rely on also rely on radioactive
prone?
decay.
But
What
that
does
A
it
doesn't
lot
mean
of
that it
things
doesn't
that's not
change
wrong.
after
Okay.
100
Because he
years.
said it. He
Google it.
said it. I want to know
Uh-oh.
what the word prone means. Not prone to vary. What does that mean?
So we do not see variations in the rates of radioactive decay in the elements that we've considered.
Oh,
And
we
we check those rates against other physical processes to determine whether or not they're reliable. That conclusion is reliable.
So when a particle falls off, okay, how long does it take, right? And what I'm saying by that is, okay, each one of those elements, each one of those atoms, right, when those particles fall off, right, when you see that happen, okay, when it happens, you're telling me there's absolutely no variation.
And Mama Tomato, I love you, Mom, is reaching into her boot bag. Compliments of Toasty. Toasty sent her a shit ton of money, I don't know, like a month ago, and she's been handing out her credits measly across the board. Natural selection, you got the boot. You go to the back, and she wants to bring up evolution is gay. Probably the name sounded fun or something, or maybe she just felt like this would be interesting. All right, back to you.
So we don't observe variations in geochronological decay rates. So there are some radioactive decay processes that show variation. There's a lithium beryllium transition, but we don't use that for geochronology. Also, rates of radioactive decay can change in the interior of stars, but again, we're not in the interior of a star. So no, we don't observe geochronological radioactive decay rates varying.
Well, not the inside of the asshole of a camel either, but we'll not make the fucking argument, have we?
Hey, Sean.
Gones of Doom? Gones of Doom? You mean gonads of doom because of how big my fucking ads are.
Go ahead, Tony.
Clay went and looked something up and he wanted to talk about it, but he was being talked over.
Sure.
Oh,
sounds like you've been pacified.
Welcome to the gauntlet, dumbass.
Go ahead,
Well,
Clay.
in reference to the breakdown, right? So this
Shut
is
up,
where
Spin.
I have trouble. And it's not like a dig at the scientific community. I think they're doing the best they can with what they got.
Run your fucking mouth.
What I have a problem with the breakdown is that there is an adjustment for time frame, and this is given to all different elements in the isotopes when they break down. They do give a massive gap for all of the breakdown. Like every single time, every single element, when we're talking about the isotopes, it's literally every single time they always give massive, like 50 to 50,000 or whatever. Like, what is that about? Can you explain that?
So that's got to, well, so this is going to get a bit technical, but you can have processes where the daughter product, where the ratio between the daughter product and the normally we do what's called isochron dating. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, how ironically I am.
So you take samples from multiple crystals or from multiple different minerals, and you plot up the abundances of the various isotopes. And very often you'll find that they don't actually give an exact answer, but they will lie on a line, and it's the gradient of that line that tells us the age, right? And so the idea of how close they are to lying exactly on that line gives us our error bars. So that's where that uncertainty comes in, is how close those samples are to being precisely on the same line, and that's what gives us the uncertainty estimates.
And Evolution, can you give us a "This is my swamp"? Can you do that? With your...
This is my fucking swamp.
Close enough.
Not angry enough.
Hashtag Vegas. We love you, Ayaton. I don't think it was on point for Shrek, but it was close. We'll get there next time.
I've
Maybe
never
a little
seen
more
the
practice.
movie. I apologize to Ayotin. Never seen the movie. I am more of a Braveheart type of man.
Oh, God. Can we get a freedom then? Freedom. Fair enough.
Blew your mic out.
Hey, Clay, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, please.
Specifically to the clocks. You said that there was a wide gap, and I just looked it up to check. Apparently, even using atomic decay, which is not primarily used anymore, it loses about 1 second over 300 years. That's the precision.
Okay, I got you. Very good.
Well, the simple way of saying this, folks, and most people will understand this, when you're building something and your line is slightly off, it starts off an inch off, but by the time you get to the other end of that 20-foot fucking wall, all of a sudden you're way the fuck off. It's a real problem.
Yeah, carpenters have to deal with this particular thing.
Well, the newer atomic clock
over 10 million
which
years.
is why different methods of radiometric dating work within different time periods.
The newer atomic clocks are going off the frequency within the atom itself. It's no longer.
You have to actually adjust time for reality anyway.
But you're pretending as though radiometric dating is the only dating technique that we have, and that's not true. Right? We have what's called cosmogenic exposure age dating, which is the accumulation of cosmic rays hitting.
Who was pretending that was the only one? That was just
and,
the first
and you may want to shut up, since you've clearly never heard of this thing before, while I explain it to you. So,
nobody's heard of this before because nobody's talking about stones and evolution.
They produce exotic nucleides.
What the fuck does that have to do with evolution?
It's just a different way to measure the age of something.
Perhaps
is that like measuring your dick?
Similarly,
hold on. Okay, there was one interruption, then there was another interruption, then another interruption, and then a fourth interruption. And how long? Like how many times? I know PhD Tony is new here, and he's not familiar with gauntlet mode. But even that shit's fucking annoying the fuck out of me. If you're interrupting him just to say what he was going to fucking say. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, thank you. And there's a technique called amino acid racemization, which relies on the transition from left-handed amino acids when an organism dies, and they transition towards right-handed amino acids. And you can look at the concentrations of right-handed versus left-handed amino acids to tell how long the thing has been dead. There's layer counting, dendrochronology, Varv chronologies, ice-core chronologies, speleothem chronologies, and we can use there's magnetostratigraphy. I really butchered that one, didn't I?
What is that?
So you look at the strength of the magnetic field through time. When crystals land in water, the orientation that they land with is actually influenced by the strength of the magnetic field, the strength and the orientation of the magnetic field. And so you can look at the pattern of these sediment where the crystals align in these strata, and you can tell about the strength of the magnetic field and its orientation relative to the modern field. So it's a very different sort of technique, but you can correlate that with what we know from geological data. In the geological data, it's sort of the same thing, except that it's crystals in lava that as they solidify, they adopt an orientation that is very firmly fixed with the magnetic field. And that's actually how we know about plate tectonics, is from this paleomagnetic.
Sarah, can I ask you a question? Maybe the PhD Tony would like to have a debate and say that everything came from rocks, and he can have his own debate. But every time someone asks a question, he goes on a monologue diatribe for 5 to 6 minutes, telling us about stones and rocks and crystals. Well, meanwhile, his argument doesn't make fucking sense. That in a rock's throw across the ocean is not going to get very far when you're trying to argue against people like the Lord Balderson. And everyone can sit here and talk like Clay. Clay said the Earth's 6,000 fucking years old. I mean, that's blasphemy right there alone. But at the same time, PhD Tony's over there in Australia on a little fucking island surrounded by water, so he has nothing to think about except rocks. But over here, I'm here in Scotland, in the Lord's country, and I'd like to know exactly, have you ever seen, Sarah? Have you ever seen two stones fall?
Laughter is the best medicine.
Oh, way to bring it all back around.
Have you ever seen two stones fall, Sarah?
Nothing else to think about but fucking rocks.
Can't say that I have, no.
Me golden silver fucking maker, gemstone.
Me either. Have you ever has anyone on the panel tried to fuck a stone? Because I did twice. Let me tell you something, lads. That'll leave a fucking scar.
Here we go, Nunny says. Brit's insulting you in the most benign way, and we're not supposed to react. Where are you from, Tony? Like what arena?
I'm actually from Australia.
Oh, you
I
are
revealed
Australia. Okay.
that information 6 minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay.
He was correct about that, certainly.
Fair enough. And Iatin gifting out the gift that keeps on giving, 5 Gauntlet memberships. And those are valuable, folks, because every single one of these shows gets put behind that paywall as soon as we're done. So you have to have a membership if you need the replay. This is why we love you. All right. Somebody get us back on track, please. I love you all so much.
Yeah, I got it. So essentially, like, I understand the argument, but that doesn't mean that I believe it, because essentially the reason, and here's the reason why I don't believe it, is the observation, right? And I try to give you like the 150 years, like for the scientific community, just because I'm like, okay, I'll give you all of that, you know. But if you want to go with 40, that's fine. Either way, it's just not 5 million years. It's not 10 million years. You see where I'm going with that?
But
Never
we
mind,
don't
Alice.
need 5 million years in order to see. So and you say that, but actually everything that we've verified against. So for instance, the rate at which the continents move is very small. But if we extrapolate that backwards in time, we can say, okay, 5 million years ago, we expect. So take Hawaii, for instance. Hawaii is formed by plate motion over a hotspot. Okay, and as the plate moves, it's leaving these islands. And this is called the Hawaii Emperor Mountain Chain, and it's on the ocean floor. And so you can go and you can geochronologically sample all of those things, and you can compare that to the rate at which the plate moves, right? So you can independently check the accuracy of the technique against a different physical process. And now, if they give corresponding answers, then it's if they give corresponding answers, then we've got validation.
Okay, that's fair. Before this happens,
I'd like to respond to that, Clay.
Hold on.
Well,
Go ahead.
I have the
Go ahead
question
and
because I
finish your
want
thought,
to
Clay.
just kind of leave the thought while he's having his one-on-one. In the Big Bang Theory, the universe expands within seconds. So it's universally recognized that large events can happen over a very minute, very short, extremely short period of time. Universally, it's recognized. Now, why does that not have the ability to transfer to the creation?
So if God wants to make it look, if God wants to create everything and just make it look like everything is millions of years old, there's nothing stopping him. But again, that's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It's not that I can say that hypothesis is wrong. I can't prove it wrong. That's fine. And if you want to hold that, all I'm saying is that the data we have available to us suggests that is not the age of the Earth.
I like that answer. That's fair. I'll let you guys get it.
It's very clear.
Hold on, Mr. Scottish, whatever, dude. All right, Howard, I don't know if I love you or hate you. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fucking hate you so much that you're requesting this, and you paid for it, so I can veto it. But here's what I'm gonna do: spin. I will only allow this if you cannot call him a name and actually have a conversation. Can you do it?
No.
Without calling him a fucking libtard, a fucking this, a fucking that. Can you actually have the conversation without insulting the man?
Yeah, ask questions and then let him answer. That's how you do this. It's a Socratic method. You can do it, Spin.
He's already
Come on, Spin. I don't believe in you.
Like holy shit, I'm already sweating.
It doesn't
Tony, it would be a
Do you
miracle.
want to, Spin, do you want to try and see how far you can get without calling him names?
That's fair. He's gonna get like 2
Can we
seconds.
do a death pool? Can we do a death pool on the side over
I'm
here?
totally planning on doing like take your bets now.
I've got 50 seconds.
All right, this is going to be interesting.
Put your bets in the chat. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 60 seconds, whatever. The top amount that he can go is 5 minutes. All right, that's the highest.
I'm
So
giving 5 seconds.
between 0 seconds and 5 seconds, without calling Tony names. The minute you call him a name, like you can still be insulting. You just can't call him names. Okay, got it? All right, I'm going to let this go. The minute you do it, I remove you. So this is your chance to get all your questions
I'm going to
out.
say 46 seconds.
Space Jam.
All right, panel, give me your seconds count. Ben.
46.
50.
Kay, you said 46?
Wait a minute.
46.
Wait. I can do it.
I give you 2 seconds.
I can do it, but you cannot restrict me from other people on the panel.
Huh? No, this is a speed date.
You cannot
This is
restrict
just for the
me
speed
from
date.
calling somebody a name that is also on the panel.
Spin. This is just a speed date.
He knows he wants to be able to talk shit about other people so
He
that he
wants
can
to be
still talk
called.
shit.
It's
This
always
is
someone
stipulation
and dirty
specifically
bastard
for the speed
and
He
date.
wants to when PhD over here says something. He wants
This 1v1 is the
"Oh,
theme for
you're a
tonight.
piece of
Stupid
shit,
versus
Paul."
science.
You're just like Effigy. No, if you do that though, that is calling him a name. Because if you say you're just like Effigy, that's actually calling
maybe
him
it's
a name.
time to give me the atheist effigy one-on-one, that dirty cunt.
All right, the rules
Oh
are
my God.
set. You've heard
All
the
right.
rules.
K, what's your time?
46 seconds.
Effigy time.
I'm gonna give him a minute and a half.
All right, Santa.
15 seconds.
Spin. How long do you think you're gonna last? No, yeah, he already knows. 0. Bones.
5 whole seconds.
Clay.
2 seconds. It's either 2 seconds or the entire time.
Of evolution.
Within the second sentence of that man's mouth, he's gonna call that lad a bastard.
All right. I'm removing everyone from the panel. I'm gonna set a timer on my hand. Well,
How
that's-
much time? How much time?
No, I'm gonna start the clock. You have 5 minutes total.
Okay.
Oh wait, let me see. Okay, that's what I want. A stopwatch. All right, I'm removing everyone else from the panel, except for Tony and you, of course. And Tony, I'm working here trying to make sure you can actually have the conversation. All right, and so we're gonna see how fast this goes. As soon as I remove myself from the screen, I'm hitting start on the timer. Remember, you cannot call him names.
There.
You cannot call him names or insults or whatever. Okay, you can
not fair.
still cuss, but you can't call him names. All right, ready and go.
So let me ask you something. So if something is written down 5 million years ago, it has to be true, right?
No.
Where do you get your rhetoric and your bullshit from?
I get my what I treat as true is that which has been substantiated and robustly tested by the scientific community. The time at which it was written down doesn't matter. Is not a factor. Something could be written down. You know, the
6 seconds.
The God hypothesis was written down thousands of years ago. It could be correct.
He's made
I don't
46.
judge it just on age. I judge it based on the evidence in front of me.
Okay, so is there any evidence that God created human?
To my understanding, no, I don't think so.
So then you wouldn't believe in Adam and Eve?
No, I would definitely believe that Adam and Eve has been falsified as a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. So then you would agree that Adam and Steve, then, right?
No. No.
So tell me how we as humans got on this earth.
Through a process of gradual development through evolutionary processes.
From rocks?
From organic compounds that entered a self-replicating cycle, self-organizing cycle, that eventually produced living organisms.
Mm-hmm. So, like
Minute
broccoli
50.
and cauliflower, right? Grow from the ground.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is your proofism to that?
What's a prophism?
Well, you can go out and you can observe.
2 minutes.
them growing
So
from
2
you're
minutes.
So you're trying to tell me that I just grew
fuck is a
like
proofism?
a stalk of broccoli,
No.
or our ancestors, or whatever you want to call it.
The divergence between plants and animals was fairly early, in the evolutionary tree. But we both developed from earlier single-celled organisms, and
Like
we
a Patasaurus rex, right?
No.
How did they get here?
The what?
A Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Fatosaurus Rex.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex. They came through a very similar process, evolution over long time scales, and then they died out because of climate change.
Mm-hmm. So then,
And a giant asteroid.
How would a moose get here?
Same process.
Same process. So we basically grew from nothing.
No, we developed from organic molecules that were self-replicating, so they could make copies of themselves from other organic materials, and they could construct ever more sophisticated chains, and so that process led to the development of the original organisms. Now, once you've got organisms in existence, then you've got sort of response to environmental pressures, and that kicks off evolution.
Mm-hmm. So you would agree that we do not look like dinosaurs?
Yes, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we're pretty distantly related to them.
That we don't. There is no such thing as a fire-breathing dragon.
That's correct.
So that's fantasy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mickey Mouse's fantasy.
Yes.
So
he's about to go all the way.
Develop.
So brains are a response. The ability to recognize and respond to your environment is what defines life. And the more sophisticated the more accurately you can assess your surroundings and respond to it. Assess your needs, assess what's a threat, assess what's food. The better you can do that, the greater the advantage conferred on you. So there is evolutionary pressure towards being able to accurately recognize your surroundings and respond to it. And our brain is so far, the highest available expression on Earth that we see of that process of being able to assess your surroundings and respond to it and manipulate it accurately.
Mm-hmm. And so
he did it.
What you're trying to say is
he made 5 minutes.
There is a process, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're done now. We're good. My 5 minutes is up.
Yep.
You made a full 5 minutes.
Oh, a whole 5 minutes?
Proud of you, bro.
Well done.
He's about to unload.
I can't believe it. Can we just take a moment to be proud of Spin? Spin, take your bow. Take your bow, sir. You did
What a
it
good
now.
personal moment.
Take this, Spin, and know that you can 1,000 billion gajillion % do every Q&A without insulting the guests. I'm so fucking
can do the
proud
Q
of
part.
you.
The problem is, he's
True.
saying it quietly now because he actually developed a brain aneurysm during that.
Did it hurt, Spin? Did that hurt? I'm so proud of you. You have no idea. I knew you could do it. Tom Carpenter says, the following is the fault of the chat for letting us get to 4 minutes to the goal. If one uses the finger to guys, the analysis of tonight's discussion, one will likely canalize the mind with banality. Lots of anal talk compliments.
So here's the punishment. Here's the punishment to the chat that thought that I couldn't do it.
Even you said you couldn't do it, Spin.
I did. Here's the punishment. I paid my reparations.
My timer's still going. Let's see how
I
much
paid
longer
my
you can go.
reparations earlier. Okay, I paid my reparations earlier. Okay, so for those fucking morons,
oh, there it is.
That said that I couldn't do it, has to give Sarah #Vegas $10.
All of you motherfuckers.
And if they don't, and if they're on this panel, boot them the fuck off.
Oh, well, I
Boot 'em the
can
fuck off.
say, let me get through some more donos because Howard said Chad Spin versus Virgin Tony. Now, Howard, my question to you is, are you asking for somebody else to debate that you are dubbing them as Chad Spin and Virgin Tony? Because if so, let me know in the chat. Tag me.
Finn is a Chad and Tony is a virgin.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify and ensure, Howard. If that is the case, then nothing needs to happen. If you do want another speed date with 2 other people, just let me know in the chat to ensure that we're confirming you're saying the right thing. Tom Carpenter also says, more pain to beat banality. Use analytical sight. Analyze. I can't even say
Analogy.
Making your future bright. Analysis helps the mind leave dark thoughts behind. Shout out to you, Tom Carpenter. And he says, for spin, becoming a spinster for one night and goal. And then also, yes, technically, Mr. Clay hit the goal with his Cash App dono to say goal. So you guys are 10 over towards the next goal. Shout out to all of you. I love you all so much. This is why we're still going. I love you, Spin. I'm proud of you. I thought you did a great job.
That's okay. And to Mr. Fado Dave down there, remember the comment that you said earlier?
Which one?
You know, told me to shut up and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Just remember, I got one coming for you, Moose. I really got one coming for you.
Shut up.
Here comes the boot. And Stinky says with a big 5, he says, fuck that, copy pasta. Spin didn't debate anything there. Only questions without rebuttal. Another 5 minutes or no dice. Well, technically it takes $10 to get a full speed date, so send 5 more and I will. But he doesn't have to debate it. He was asking questions. It is okay, perfectly okay for people to come on here and ask questions and learn something. Just because you ask a question or you disagree with somebody doesn't mean you actually have to debate them. You can certainly ask questions and inquire further. That is the crux of the platform and what we actually want to do for all of you. Learn something for a fucking change, assholes. All
Can I
right.
ask a question about the evolution organism that PSD 20 said? The problem with saying evolution is organism enter into self-regulated cycles. It is a self-regulating cycles, not an origin. Sir, I have a question for you. Have you ever been to Scotland?
No.
You've never been to Scotland?
No.
Well, if you have been to Scotland, you'd see men there that have evolved into the different level of where we wear the kilts and we throw rocks to measure manhood.
Dresses.
And in Australia, it doesn't seem like you have the same capabilities or competence of masculinity. So
Only
perhaps
$10, chat. $10 to get rid of them. $10. Hashtag Vegas.
Hold on, Jesus, Marius, Joseph, effigy. You atheist.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
I will try to understand it.
Is it possible?
That's good.
Wow, the silence.
All right.
Is it possible?
Holy shit.
Is it possible that the
Stomach.
only reason why you don't want to understand what I'm saying is because you're afraid that you'll be touched by the Almighty Father?
I don't want to be touched by anyone.
No, I rest my case.
Wow, nobody? Not even a
At
lady?
least you disavowed immediately. Shout out to you for recognizing.
That's because he's not. If you've never, the problem, sir, is if the man's never been to Scotland. My God, he has no idea what it would be like if a man touched him.
The closest I've been to Scotland is actually Newcastle. Newcastle on Tyne.
You got him. And when you came to Newcastle, you were not touched by the Father in heaven, were you?
No.
Are you sure?
This
Hello?
is getting awkward.
It is getting
Yeah,
awkward.
this is.
I did want to say something, and I'm about to drop. I think.
Sure.
But I'm not. None of what I've tried to say is anti-religious at all. That's not what I'm trying to argue. I'm not trying to argue that anybody should abandon their religion. I'm not trying to argue that Christianity is false or that Judaism is false. If you have a belief in God, I am saying that the evidence suggests that a literal interpretation of the Old Testament is not supported by the evidence. That's what I'm suggesting, and so that's all I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to argue that anybody. I'm not trying. And if there was a claim made that I said that religious people are stupid, I don't think I would ever say anything like that, because I myself was religious for 30 years. I don't think that religious people are ignorant. I don't think that they're stupid. They've chosen a belief, and that's I myself had a similar belief for a long time. So I'm not trying to say anybody here is stupid, anybody here, but there is a lot of evidence in support of the age of the Earth. Please research it and get better versed with it. That's all I'm saying.
It was fun.
Also, there's no sex in the champagne room.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, Tony. I hope to see you back for real. This was
I
fun.
would say there has been a lot of evidence of stupid tonight.
That is true.
Or maybe the lack of evolution. I mean, actually, Tony, can I ask you, can evolution kind of like, can we de-evolve? Like, can we get more stupid? Can we
Certainly,
lose points?
If there are environmental pressures that punish people for intelligence, certainly. I can't conceive of what they might be. It's actually, if we artificially, in fact, actually, it did happen. In the Middle Ages, IQs in Europe dropped because preferentially the most intelligent and thoughtful people were taken out of the gene pool. They were turned into priests, and they stopped contributing to the gene pool. So yes, it has happened that our intelligence, that our overall intelligence has been negatively impacted by suppression.
What if it's maybe like maybe not a pressure, but what if it's like, I don't need intelligence, right? To, like, for instance, we have AI coming in and doing all the work for us and all the thinking for us in a lot of different directions. So like the lack of necessity for something. For instance, if I didn't need a tail anymore to swing from the trees, naturally my tail is going to go away because I don't need it. I can walk now, right? Something to that degree. Or if I don't need teeth, if all the food surrounding me is all like applesauce, I don't need teeth anymore. So like eventually they just go away. Is that a possible?
Yeah, if we enter an environment where brains aren't really useful, and where things like there's a disease that causes swelling in the meningitis, that causes swelling in the brain, and it kills people, or it can kill people. So if meningitis, for instance, became more prevalent, then having a smaller brain would actually be an evolutionary advantage. And the fact that we don't need brains in any other sense to survive, there'd be nothing to counter that. So yes, there'd be pressure to become, as Varun is in the chat on StreamYard, and he says he wants to ask me a question.
Oh yeah, his battery must be. Ant, I'm just going to tuck you back again for just a second, and as Varun, I'll leave it to you to talk to Tony, and everyone else leave it uninterrupted, as Varun has been waiting patiently.
Hello, Tony.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you a question regarding evolution from the scientist's perspective, Lamarck and Darwin. And then I wanted to share some points regarding the theologian's view of why evolution isn't real. I just wanted your view, Tony. Can I read it out, and can you just follow it and answer? Like, is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Lamarck proposed use and disuse, organs strengthen or weaken. Point 1, 2, inheritance of acquired characteristics. Lifetime changes become hereditary. 3, innate drive towards complexity. Organisms naturally progress. Evolution was seen as need, effort, structured change, inheritance. This is often called transformational evolution. While whole population shift because individuals transform and strengthen. rejected the idea that species are fixed. 2, highlighted adaptations to environment. 3, sought a natural, not supernatural explanation. 3, Darwin in detail, mechanism, natural selection. Darwin's logic, individuals in a population vary. Some variations are heritable. More offsprings are produced than can survive. 4, those with advantageous traits leave more descendants. 5, over generations, those traits become common. Evolution is therefore variation, differential survival, and reproduction, population change. This is population level, not individual level change. Key points: variations arise without regard to need. Selection is blind, not purposeful. Extinctions and branching evolutions are fundamental. 4th, new species arise by divergence. Darwin did not know about genes. Heredity was it was a weakness in his theory until Mendelian genetics was integrated in the 20th century. Philosophical difference: purpose versus blind process. Lamarck. Nature strives towards improvement. Organisms actually adapt themselves. Darwin. Not inherent progress. Adaptation emerges from filtering, not striving. This shift from purposeful change to mechanistic statistical process was revolutionary. Evidence then and now. In Darwin's time, Darwin used artificial selection, breeding pigeons, to biogeography, island species, 3 fossils, 4th, compositive comparative anatomy. Lamarck relied more on reasoning from function and habit, and less empirical testing. Modern evidence favors Darwin. DNA mutations create variations. Population genetics produces evolutionary change quantitatively. Experiments, experimental evolution, bacteria, fruit flies. 4th, genomics tracking ancestry, where epigenetics fits today.
We gonna get anywhere with this?
Like, this is what the 2 scientists had like, they actually, like, there was some difference, but Lamarck lost out to Darwin. This is what they believe. But when I checked actually regarding evolution, Tony, they said that we had a common ancestor 600,000 years ago, and then it branched out into humans and apes. But they tried to find the fossils of this common ancestor and they couldn't find it out. And like, they're able to find the bones of dinosaurs and say that they existed 150 million years ago. Why haven't we been able to find the fossils of the dinosaurs, Tony? And I mean, sorry, the humans. And regarding this, like, the common ancestor from which we evolved from. And the other thing is, the theologians say that evolution is not possible because human beings have a soul, actually. Since you have a soul, your blueprint is already decided by God, actually, before he creates you. And hence it's not possible for changes in the environment to create changes in the genes. So can you elaborate on these points, Tony?
Yes. Hey, can you show me a soul?
I've come across many cases of sleep paralysis where people have seen their astral bodies come out of their physical body and have been attacked as well. So the thing is,
so is that firm evidence? Is that firm evidence? So is that repeatable in a scientific experiment? Have people seen things that have not been real before?
There's this channel on sleep paralysis called.
I'm not interested in YouTube channels, and I'm not interested in giving you the opportunity. I'm asking you yes or no questions. You monologued at me for 5 minutes, most of which was stuff I already knew. So you've wasted 5 minutes of my life, as far as I'm concerned. So please excuse me if my civility is diminished.
Yeah, Varun.
Good job, there is no objective scientific proof for a soul. If you could demonstrate the existence of a soul, yes, a lot of these discussions would be very different. B, the fossil formation is an extremely random and happenstance process that only occurs in very specific geological settings. We are by no means guaranteed that every transitional species that exists will leave fossil records. 3, your timeline is absolutely wrong. Apes existed by about 26 million years ago, not 600,000 years ago, as you said in your question. And have I answered all of your? Have I answered your? But we're not guaranteed. We're not guaranteed that the fossils we find are in fact our ancestors in any sense, because they could be off to the side. So all of the fossils that we found of anything that looks like a human could be off to the side. And humans are descended from through a line that left absolutely no fossil traces. That's not impossible. Just because we find something in the fossil record doesn't mean we're descended from it. So you seem not to really understand that fossils forming in the first place, surviving to the present, and then being found, that's a very random, that's a very stochastic process. Fossil formation isn't guaranteed, fossil survival isn't guaranteed, and fossils being found isn't guaranteed. So the idea that if there is a transitional species or there is a common ancestor, therefore there must exist a fossil, and therefore we must have found it, none of those are valid syllogisms, right? Those are just assertions that we should have found it. You're not guaranteed any of that. And you have to get used to the idea that there is room in the available evidence. There are gaps in the available evidence. Get used to it. We only have confidence. We don't have certainty.
I have confidence and certainty in the next statement I'm going to make. He said, basically, sir, let me understand. You said there's no evidence of the soul because the rocks don't tell you that it is, yeah? Let me tell you both. With the soul and evolution is real because Scotland exists. At some point in history, nature looked at regular men like yourself and said, no. Too emotional, too much lotion needed in your skin. So when nature created a Scottish man, we see rain, we walk through it. You wear an umbrella like a British. When I feel the cold weather, I call it fresh air. You have to grab a coat with
Donkey, I think you scared them off you. What did you do?
When we say it's bad weather, we call it a family reunion. And when you say Scottish man's wear kilts, I say, so what?
When he
you wear fucking dresses, and it's not a fucking reunion; it's a fucking circle jerk.
My fucking grandfather fought a mountain and won. This guy's picking up rocks on the side of the street, calling them friends with information.
When he asked for proof of a soul, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what soul even fucking means.
It's not taking into account that it's something that's you just can't
Wait.
weigh it.
He didn't ask for proof. He asked for evidence of the soul.
Yeah, I know he did. He's fundamentally misunderstanding what the fuck a soul is. So every religion and culture has a different understanding on what a soul is. So when you talk about religion versus someone who doesn't believe in any God at all, you're going to have fundamentally different understandings of what a soul is. So the Christians don't actually believe that a soul is like a thing that comes out of the body. Actually, the Christians believe that the soul is the body, the mind, the spirit, all of that.
So it was asked to a specific person.
Understanding of what the soul is.
It was asked to a specific person. So I think they were just interested in what their definition of it was, so that the conversation could continue.
Yeah, it's a disingenuous question altogether.
It's not a
Unless he
disingenuous
misunderstood what a
question.
soul is. And that's my point.
No,
Either he fundamentally doesn't understand what a soul is, either he fundamentally doesn't understand what a soul is, or it's a disingenuous question.
Then what is a soul, Clay?
Yeah, tell us what a soul is.
In religion, and when you talk about people who don't believe in God, there's different opinions on what a soul is. So I can tell you what I believe the soul is. The soul is the mind, the body, the spirit. Okay? Now, a secularist, someone who doesn't believe in God, will tell you that it's some thing that comes out of the body. Whereas Asvarun is probably going to also have a different understanding of what the soul is. It's either disingenuous or it is a misunderstanding.
The last bastard thinks that regular men evolved from apes. But in Scotland, we know that we evolved from the Focan Mountains.
So what is spirit?
Spirit is when I tell you to shut your mouth, and the breath that comes from my mouth and makes you silence yourself from threat of violence and education.
And why does the Scottish play a fucking musical instrument full of fucking hot air?
Because
Like you, full of fucking hot air.
Because the bagpipes were sent down
It's just
from the
that we're
mountains,
sorry, guys.
for us to let the British know that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Freedom. Yes.
Okay, and what about the Scottish wearing dresses? Did they pass that down the fucking
Those are
mountain
called
too?
folk on kilts, and
That's
we
so they can
defeated
reach
more
up
people
underneath
than
each
you.
other's dresses and pat each other's balls.
Sorry, I couldn't go much longer.
Some people could say that
You
we
know
wear the
what?
kilt
Can we-
because we have so many women that we can't take our pants off 10 times a day, so we lift the folk on kilt.
Oh my god.
Sarah,
Yes,
Spirit.
darling.
did he get angry with me or something? Because I just
No, here's what I think. Because you did ask permission to read and monologue, and
Yeah.
I think that was fair that you asked that, and I think him telling you, like, being upset that you monologued is kind of negating the fact that he gave you permission to monologue. So I think he forgot that he gave you permission to say what you needed to say, and so I think he was wrong there, like not recognizing that he gave you that
Everybody was
permission.
he was butthurt because everybody was giving him shit about monologuing because he made us sit and listen to him talk about the habits of fucking geology when that wasn't the question for like half an hour. So he just took it out on you, Asvarun, even though you
he's a
weren't here.
geologist trying to explain.
Fuck the whole time Israel and them were talking, I took a fucking nap, got a fucking blowjob, and fucking ate dinner. Seriously.
Asrun, you are always very polite to everyone on the shows, and you never say. I think there was one time we put you
Oh,
on a
fuck.
speed date and you like blew up, right? I forget
You're
who-
caught, fucker. Oh, you're caught.
Was that with Bones? Yeah, that was the only time I've seen you get upset with anyone. So I don't
every
think
right
it
to be
was you. I don't think it was you, Asrun. I agree with Ben. I think he just had a moment where he could take it out on someone else, and you just
He had
happened to
been
be
here a
the
long
easy target. So yeah, it's okay. You didn't. I don't think you did anything wrong. I thought you were asking a pretty reasonable question, and you were providing your backing to why you're asking the question, and I think that was perfectly fair. I think it was just everyone else being fucking
Right.
assholes to him,
I
and
think
he just took
it
it out on
actually-
you.
I wasn't being an asshole to him. I did not. You can't put me in that category.
Only when I told you, I'll bet you can't be an asshole.
You lost. I need $10 to the Cash App.
I believe
Don't
Tony
blame
did
me.
a
I was
fine job
backstage
at
most
the
of
end.
the time.
I believe he did a fine job at the end, pointing out that essentially it's a belief, that evolution is a belief. Those
No.
things are just beliefs. That we all have a different belief on these things. In the end, he did that. Now, obviously, in the beginning, did he not?
No.
No, he didn't.
Okay, then explain to me how
Hey,
it is
Clay.
that you can prove
Clay.
it. Then, since you're
Well,
the one.
I think they're different things. Mixing up physical sciences with philosophy is always going to create this,
Yes.
and that's why even with the law versus theory, one is very direct. There's a direct cause and effect, and the other one is a greater explanation of what's going on based on the evidences. Both of them require evidences.
Actually,
Both of them
That
require-
whole argument was
And actually,
that
it
we
was
can't
really
prove
The
any
problem
wrongs.
with what Santa is saying is their
Which
theories
one
that
now?
don't contain laws, and they can be completely wrong because they don't contain laws. This is this whole bullshit where the New Age fucks try to make science into something it's not. This is why we have a replication crisis, because their science is actually just observations and guesses.
Well, here's the thing,
replication
too.
Well,
crisis
yeah,
is
there is
social
certainly a
science.
lot of
That's
that
not-
in physics.
Not physics.
That's all I hear. So when
That's why you never understand anything. Okay.
sorry.
That's
No,
not
for
the
real
only
though,
reason.
when Craig was up here, damn, I forgot my fucking thought. I had it like 10 times and I tried to
Like any
All
other
right.
great thought of yours, they all seem to disappear.
Was it just me, or was that guy's answer to everything because I've studied rocks? So let me fucking. If it's not in the fucking rocks,
It kind of was.
he's like, oh, the soul doesn't exist because there's no proof in fucking rocks that the soul exists. Like that was the dumbest scientific argument I've ever heard in my life.
I don't know it well enough to a judge, but yeah, that it seemed a little far afield sometimes.
He said presented the soul as evidence, so he's asking where to find the soul.
He said human brain evolved from organisms going into pre-organized systems. The fuck are you talking about?
Well, the neurons would have gathered first. And the way we even got it was by having a whole bunch of extra fat in our diet, because I think it's like 30% of our energetic needs or caloric needs of the body or the brain. I mean, so a lot of these things do have to do with what resources are around.
Sure. But the point is that where did those systems, pre-existing systems, organize out of the chaos from? That's what Varun and everyone else is talking about when it comes to theology.
Simpler systems up to more complex ones.
Well, the
organizing factor of the system.
I'm sorry.
The organizing factor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the organizing principle of a system. No, physics is an explanation. It's not a causation.
Right.
The cause.
Yeah.
Well, I think Omar and I are going down the same path of this and looking at genetic fields and these other causes outside of mechanical biology.
Here's the thing.
Chemical reactions produce neutrons. That's going to be the cause.
It's a matter of which question you asked. Is the question you ask why or is it how? Because I see that a lot of evolutionist theory, the theory people, are asking the question of how did it happen, where they never want to answer the question why.
That would be the
mistake. It doesn't matter.
I would agree with Ben.
No, why?
It doesn't matter. It does
Yeah,
matter.
but why can be
It
subjective?
depends on the why.
But why can be
why
subjective?
as a mechanism would
Objectively
be
of
interesting,
how.
but like
How,
just
all of it how.
Because
That's the
built
question.
into why is how. If you can answer why, you can also answer how.
but Clay, my point.
Not
Okay, let me give you
necessarily.
an example. By
not
the way,
if your
I'm
why is
starting to notice
unfalsifiable.
people are starting to clip my these debates and take these little 4-second clips of me, and then they're clipping me so I'm about to get extra aggressive with these motherfuckers. Tomorrow's debate, I'm gonna start off like a gentleman, but if I even notice that this guy,
did you look at your Instagram? Look at your Instagram and see what the guys made you. It's fucking priceless for your
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Hold on, I'll put it up on the screen. Oh, I'm gonna put it up on the screen.
Why are we talking about Instagram? So I remember what I was going to say earlier, which is the theory thing, right? So the guy said, Craig said that theory was something that it's not. So theory, actually, when you go into the etymology of it, it actually just means like consideration or like to think about it, basically, right? It's not actually like proving anything. When you're talking about theory etymologically,
again,
it's
science is
not
about
even
proving things.
You don't have to prove anything in a theory. That's the point.
When I was working as a scientist, so to get past all that, hold on, please. When I was working as a scientist, I did hear that the working at Salk, the theories were the big picture items, the laws were the things where we had demonstrable proof that was reproducible.
Right. So the theory is when you consider the factors, right? Now you can consider the factors for yourself, right? But when you start to try to prove it, it's no longer theory. This is actually
it's hard to.
I got my
really
computer back, bitch.
Non-negatable.
What does it become?
Falsifiable processes, right? If you try to prove something positive, there might be other causes. That's why you hear scientists say we can't prove a positive. And that's why, having a hypothesis that's falsifiable, you can go with the null hypothesis or prove it.
This is why I call it
And
theory.
isn't that where proving God is about? Because negating God would be a monumental task.
You can't prove God. I've never understood
Gentlemen,
why a creationist
check your
or someone
Discord DM for a second.
ever get involved in a conversation where they were trying to.
And I had nothing to do with that.
Bro, I'm literally. Oh, God damn. I don't understand.
Clay, I'm listening to you, bro.
I don't understand why people who believe in God get into these stupid arguments trying to prove the existence of God That's crazy to me. Like, you can't prove God. If God exists, it's because he exists, but it's nothing you can prove, right?
Well, it's almost the
Yes, you
same as
can.
knowing which motorcycle is the best. You
No.
know, a Kawasaki Ninja is faster than my Harley, but I'd rather ride my Harley.
Clay, if you're talking about, if you're saying prove, right? We have logic and reason, right? These are like the foundational principles that we all agree to. So you
Sure.
have to pick A or B. You have to say a God universe is the only logical creation for order through chaos, or order through chaos without a single ever moving causation of dot dot. So that's the argument. But the problem is that science, I'm noticing like these atheists want to spend all their time going to science the way that, usually the ortho bros want to like learn their little language, their little debate language, and then shit on everyone else. But meanwhile, they're both using the same principles for their own. They're both using the same religious perspective. This is my science religion. That guy was literally coming from rocks. He was trying to disprove the existence of the soul, and he was going into fucking rock studies.
No, he was asking for supporting evidence for the soul. There's a difference.
And
you're going to make a claim
that
that something is, you have to support it with evidence.
Yeah, and that's again a fundamental.
Hey, Ant.
I'm with you. Here's the thing.
Don't you see at least somehow how scientists do that? I mean, it seems like the extremists on both sides, it's God or nothing or science or nothing.
This is what made
Most
guys
of the
like
people you're
Einstein
talking about,
so-
Santa, are not scientists. I know
This is
you're
what
right.
made-
hold on,
There are
that's my
people who
point.
are like, there are people who be like, oh yes, trust the science no matter what. Like during the I won't say it, but
Never heard me say that.
But those aren't scientists. Like those are just
I got you.
people-
But my point is that guy's a PhD. I believe him to be so, in something that has to do with geological studies and rocks, right? And he thought because of that his wealth of knowledge, he was just pulling scientific shit from left and right to answer a question he has no idea about the soul in any way whatsoever in his PhD. And he thought because he's a PhD in science, he could bring science. It would be like someone saying,
He
"Hey, I'm a
didn't do
Christian
that.
Where
scholar."
did that come from?
He didn't
I
do
watched
that.
the same thing. I didn't see any of
Omar, I
it.
just heard him say it. It was from
He
Omar.
said he wasn't the the geotime based scientist.
He was
that he
talking
worked
about
in a
how
related
we
field.
measure geological time.
Okay,
Has
and,
nothing
and,
to do
and,
with the soul.
and my point is that
I'm gonna
would you
go-
agree there's a lot of scientists, there's a lot of science that has a lot of answers to a lot of things, and there's some that has no answer to other things. But he thought that his PhD would cross over into the idea of the soul. That's crazy.
And I'm gonna go make a sandwich. If Ben, would you mind taking charge of these fine, amazing scholars here on my panel? I'm so proud of all of you, especially Spin. I feel like Spin needs like a big, I don't know, fireworks.
I can't believe he
something.
made it.
He made it.
I said it was either going to be 2 seconds or the whole time, so I win.
Yeah, he did great, and he asked a lot of good questions. So
Yeah,
I
please.
love you.
Yes,
I'm
you
gonna go
need-
make.
Sarah, before you
Yeah.
leave, you need to read the back chat because there is a request.
I'm requesting credit for all
And
of
Omar, I
you.
totally
He
agree with
says, Spin says, fuck all these panelists on screen who didn't send their $10 after betting against me being able to do something. Fuck you, little beep, beep, and then fuck you, beep, 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 beep. He's requesting everyone send 10 bones. Totally up to you guys. You guys always know how I feel.
Unless-
You contribute your time to my panels, and I find it very
Unless
encouraging. I'm going to get a
someone
sandwich. I'm hungry.
sends that nice 50 to bail everybody out of the hole.
I said you'd make it, sir.
Oh, you're not counted.
Hey, Omar, I got a screen cap for you. You were right.
About what?
About the argument
Scotland?
with the PhD and stuff. It
Yeah, no, I
did go
mean,
far afield of that, but that's probably what he was taught in undergraduate.
Here's the thing, though, right? All I'm trying to say is that science it does not have the answer to anything about the soul, and religion has one, right? You don't have
Right.
to accept someone's theological
I said
perspectives or
that
where
at
they
the
put their
beginning
faith.
of the panel.
Okay, but hold on.
actually.
What I'm trying to say is that if, for example, no one attacked him because he was an atheist.
Right.
No one made fun of him, said you godless piece of shit heretic. No one said that. But he felt when Varun was coming with a scientific approach, trying to talk about the soul, which his belief was, trying to speak his language, and he comes in and fucking denounces the whole thing.
I saw Craig doing the
what I'm
same
trying
thing.
to say.
Yeah, Craig did the same thing with the spaghetti monster.
I know that was. I wish I was
That's
available during that
pretty
time.
funny.
That was absolutely rude as fuck.
Omar, I
love
gave
that.
Craig
That's
a
great.
fucking
Bro,
thrubbing.
Baldur
It
said,
was
"I do need to
bad.
go read the chat when you're
saw
talking."
it.
I was,
He saw it.
I
He
was
saw
like,
it. He
"The
was in
Lord
it.
Baldur said."
I can't help it if you're just too much of a bitch to
I mean,
accept satire.
really, like the thing is, he said so many. Actually, Ant, I got a question for you. I got a bone to pick with you. You in the chat when I addressed you and I said, "Here it is." He's saying that medicine is evolution. You didn't want to answer that, and then when I got up here, he backed off of that claim.
I didn't see that, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Clay,
I'm sorry
I
I
have
didn't
to
see
ask
in the
a
chat, but I'd
question.
probably stop
I
paying
know it's
attention
the
at that point.
gauntlet mode, but I have to ask a question, and you will explain it to me like I need to, process it.
Sure.
What does medicine and evolution have to do with reality?
So the claim would be that medicine is because
Put your hand down, Santa.
In evolution, medicine is a part of the theory of evolution.
We've
And
seen
what that
evolution
means- and what
in
that-
medicine, but
and what that means is that these scientists are able to observe certain aspects of what happens in the petri dish, and they can calculate what's going to happen next. Now, that's what we call correlation equals causation.
Or adaptation.
However, they are discounting the fact that it's just medicine alone. Like medicine is a science and evolution is a theory, so they're attributing it. That's
Okay.
That's
So,
what
yes, okay. So I would concede to say, Ben, the back chat's for you. I would concede and say, yes, medicine evolves. Okay. In a reality sense. Go ahead, Santa. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, words matter. So, we wouldn't want to be imprecise and talking about the soul,
brother.
But they specifically will take a known organism and they know how it will adapt, like you were saying, or they can predict how it will adapt, Clay. And those adaptations are not necessarily evolution. What PhD guy did say correctly is it's hard to say when it's a new species, but generally, if it can't reproduce and have fertile offspring, it's no longer the same species. I don't know how that comes up in immunology, but that's how they get new versions of penicillin is they start with that root one and they look for variations that are still effective against whatever they're fighting. So that would be adaptation, or I saw somebody saying microevolution.
Yeah, the variation right, within the species, and we can say we could maybe attribute it to de-evolution. I think Ben was pointing that out, or someone. But then even if you do that, right, you still aren't accounting for the macro, right? So as soon as it gets to macro, all of a sudden the whole argument
threshold? What's the threshold?
Well, as soon as you get an organism and you test it as effective against a pathogen, that still doesn't indicate whether it'd be safe among humans. I mean, now that all this evolution stuff is positive. Now you look at the history of vaccines; they killed a lot of people trying to figure them out.
This is true, but I want to hear from Ant on this because, or KO Dave, whichever one of you guys, because you actually could maybe explain why the jump happens from micro to macro, where, like, here's the thing, we don't believe it because we can't even, like, nobody in evolution in that belief actually explains it well enough, and I don't think you can, but I want to hear from you how you can attribute the macro, without without the evidence. The evidence isn't there for it. Now,
what is your threshold for micro to macro?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Because I don't see there is no threshold where I'm concerned. It's just evolution. When we're talking about micro revolutions, we're just talking about discrete changes that happen in short cycles versus
the adaptation.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Versus macro evolution, which is the much the,
what
the
she
evolution
said.
over deep time, where we see it over like millions of years, right? Where we see speciation.
Well, that's kind of where I'm
Microevolution is
getting
eye
lost.
color, and macro would be monkeys to
Because
humans, right?
the
That's-
observable
Yes, yeah,
Is where the
exactly,
problem
Omar.
comes in.
the
is the
observable
speciation.
adaptations or changes in the genome is fine. We're fine with that, but we wouldn't even call it evolution. We'd call it adaptation or just genetics.
Adaptation is part of evolution.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How does all of a sudden it jump to evolution?
Okay.
Like if you could just call it adaptation
Well,
or genetic mutation.
I'll try and explain it. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so forgive me if this isn't quite what Google fucking says. All right. But as I generally understand what happens, you have a population, right? They're all able to breed, right? Something happens that separates these populations, like geographically, right? A lot of reasons for this could happen. I don't want to get into every single possibility, but they get separated, right? They each continue to change and adapt, to their surroundings, right? This happens over and over again over a long enough period of time. Suddenly, these populations don't look anything like each other anymore.
Okay, I got one. Okay, so webbed toes. Okay, now if you go to Cambodia, I'm just kidding. If you go to Cambodia, those people actually do have some.
I don't know anything about webbed toes. I'll just
They
save
have
you
some
the
tree
time.
climbing feet, right? So they can actually climb trees very well, and it seems as if not picking on the Cambodian people, but you go to Amazon, it's kind of the same thing. It seems as if there's an adaptation that has happened within the genome, and we would call that just genetic adaptation, but I don't see the correlation to it being evolution because it's already in the genome for your feet to widen out a little bit if you are living a certain lifestyle or around wet.
What is your actual question?
So where does the macro happen? Like speciation is like not a thing. Like we don't observe it in reality. Like we've
Yes,
never,
we do.
So which species
It's
has
like why it's why we're not just in like one single branch of an evolutionary tree. It's like we're not directly descended from like lizards, for example. We just have a common ancestor way back in the past.
But that's just a guess.
No, it's backed up by evidence.
What evidence?
Fossil record, DNA evidence. There's all kinds of shit.
So the fossil record is of like this shrew thing, right? For the bat and the human analogy, right? So if it's this shrew type character, why is it that all of a sudden we can say, oh, by the way, we're both related to this shrew like character when it's just a guess? Like you're just guessing.
It's not really a guess. The guess was what led to them finding the evidence. The evidence is what leads to the theory.
But
the fact that they can't even actually name who this shrew character is, they're like, it's probably a shrew from the prairie.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. If you're looking to me to name it, I don't know either. I'm sorry. I know that there's probably something in it was some mammal in our past that was a common that but I can't tell you what it is because I don't personally fucking know. It's not my
They
field
can't
study.
tell you either. That's the problem. It's a story that includes a lot of faith.
No, it really doesn't.
Kind of does. To say we
It's
came
based
from
off
monkeys.
trust, not faith.
Okay, Ant, you've been arguing. You say you don't know. Can we hear Kay's? Because I maybe he might have something for it.
I mean, I just say the same thing that Ant's been saying. It's just you have the evidence, we have the fossil records, we have like genomic sequences from a whole bunch of different species that we've studied, and we can like trace the differences and the relationships through time of all these different genomes and all this fun jazz, and like it's just the evidence is there. I don't really know what else to say, really.
The observations are there. The evidence is not.
I don't know what is your standard. What is your standard of evidence that we're not reaching? That we're not
I'm
reaching.
about to leave. Can I give you guys some flowers real quick?
Yes.
Wait, 1 minute.
I'm leaving real quick. By the way, amazing guys. Finn, I believed in you. I knew you were. He just kept asking new questions. No, I did, because he didn't. When he'd answer, he didn't respond. He just asked another question. Genius display. Because if he responded to any of those, it would have been over. Clay, amazing putting him to the fire. And Balderson, though, fucking put his ass on task with
The
that.
last one too, because that was fire.
You got, yeah. And Santa, good to see you.
Shaman,
Yes,
you
sir.
need to check your fucking Discord messages more, prick.
I saw that's hilarious. By the way, just to let you guys know, like, I'm not. Although, listen, Paul never was with a woman and said you don't have to be with women, and that whole Catholic Church thing with no women thing. My argument tomorrow is not Paul is gay, but if I had to decide Paul is gay or not gay, I would argue Paul is gay. Obviously, any man who's never had touched a woman or decided to touch a woman in the name of anything is.
I say you think Barnabas and him had a cat fight?
Well, him and Luke, man. I mean, Luke was kind of his like squire, and you know how squires and knights were in England. So, but anyway, tomorrow, please, guys.
For me,
Shaman.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk to you. I just had one question. That's it. Just one question. No, the problem with the evolutionists is they believe in linear progression of the development of the species. But if you actually see nature, there's always a cyclical pattern. So physicists say that vibration and frequency are very important to any process.
It's not linear.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And in your language, samsara is the answer to that, and that's how things come into material from the immaterial.
Yeah.
And science knows that, but if someone's picking one form of science, they go linear and they're like, we're digging straight down into the earth. We don't see it. We're looking into a microscope direct. We're looking at the stars direct. They have no ability to accept outside. And by the way, the argument basically at the end of the day isn't why. I think it goes to, okay, then where'd that come from? Oh, biology. And then where'd that come from? No, not the measurement of, not the mechanisms of measurements of things that pre-existed our understanding of it. The existence of it existing. Where the fuck did that come from? And that's the point. Where did order, where we call mathematics, psychology, biology, and all the different sciences come from? And you can't say nothing because there's no such thing as nothing. And that one source is what we would call God. And science has no answer to that when you go back far enough. It doesn't matter which name of God you have or any of that stuff. It doesn't matter. It's just the point is I don't know how you argue that. That's why my argument the last time was no God universe is illogical because it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's absolutely stupid.
The
and
universe,
everyone knows that.
The universe is under no obligation to make sense.
The universe does make sense. Hold on. Obligation is a straw man because no one said anything about obligation. It's understanding we're all seeking.
Well, this is the point that I was making earlier when some of these guys say, what happens in reality, that doesn't matter. Like what?
Who says
I
that?
gotta go, but someone just wrote the Hermetics is not new, and that's definitely something you should look into. And if they just attach a little bit more of that into the science, it would all make a little more sense. I think you at least search outside.
So what?
But who knows, man? If you don't believe you have a soul, you don't believe you have a soul.
Hey, I got one question. One last question.
Just one word. Ayahuasca.
I got one last question for you, Omar. Are you an ape?
Oh, I know what you're going to say. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you are.
We all
You're
are.
not. You're just not.
We are all apes.
We're all great
Let me
apes.
ask you a question.
Great apes. Yes.
No,
We're all.
Have you ever eaten a banana?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess science is right.
Science
You
is
are
right.
all.
That's not how that works. But okay.
We're not monkeys. We're apes.
I fed a banana to a fish once.
Evolution. There you go.
We are all
The
fish,
thing is,
or there are no fish.
Yeah.
Oh, we share 50 to 60% genetics with a banana.
Yeah.
That's some
We're all
cannibalism.
bananas.
We're bananas.
We're just bananas. This panel is bananas.
Yeah, I think
It has an apple.
people are
It has a banana.
people are like science. They should like dive deeper into like the shamanic tools and the alchemy of it all, which is like how we got to our modern science. It would answer a lot of fucking questions, and I think science would progress a lot further because they think outside the box. They wouldn't be so
It did
linear.
progress further. That's why we don't use those methods anymore.
They're more linear measurements. Is the argument? It's more linear measurements.
Well, it's because of what you're talking about. why they advanced so far in the late 1900s and the early 1900s. Now, these later 1900s, it's kind of regressed a little bit. Now, I will say with technology, they've done really well. But when it comes to the philosophical sciences, they've completely regressed. They've said, no, that's not a possible answer. No, that's not a possible answer. They won't even consider these other fucking answers in philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like that one guy, the flying spaghetti auditor. I was in my own entire. I'm like, your entire argument is, I'm saying God, and you're saying not God. You're making the exact same argument for me of the antithesis of my thesis. You're literally saying not God to my God. So we're saying something, and you're saying nothing, but that nothing is something. It's not even. It didn't.
Well,
even
he's
make
not
sense.
saying nothing. He's saying flying spaghetti monster.
Well, I love those guys in the early 1900s who were actually doing scientific experiments, because what they were doing is they were actually thinking outside of the box, saying, wait a minute, what if the answer that we already have is completely wrong, and I come up with a variation, another answer, to see if it's wrong? So science today doesn't really do that. That's what
it does. Prior work. Do you know what inspired Einstein to come up with general relativity?
The fact that
he had a problem. There was a problem with Mercury's orbit. The math didn't math. So he figured it out. That's how we get general relativity.
He could have just accepted what he already proposed and then just said, you know what, I'm not even going to look into it.
Go look into what got Sir Isaac Newton
Why
to
would you do that?
invent modern chemistry, modern science as we know it. He was a pure alchemist, and he studied all the ancient books and the Abrahamic faith and all that stuff as a spiritual seeker while trying to materialize the answers. And he uncovered a lot of amazing mysteries and opened whole new doors. But I don't think that he was expecting everyone to drop the search for the mystery in search of the material.
I get that, like, it inspired modern chemistry, but there's a reason that chemistry abandoned alchemy, because it outlived its purpose. The curiosity was useful to get the conversation started, but it just didn't hold up for making predictions and having I can't talk.
Explanatory power.
The ability to explain. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, that's why science.
The problem is chemistry.
We've always been saying.
Alchemy takes a plant.
Back to it.
Alchemy takes a plant and tells you the essence of the marijuana plant, right? And you can experience the essence. Essence, that's the point. That's the alchemy. Science will take the. Let me finish. Science will take the chemical. For example, if you take a plant and you're trying to, let's just say the chacruna leaf, right, which is one of the ingredients in ayahuasca, it's the DMT in the leaf, right? And if you're trying to take the chacruna leaf with the ayahuasca, you're going to experience the essence. You're asking, what is essence? That's my point. Now, if you only take the plant,
do you have a point?
You can't just say that's my point and not tell me what it is.
Here it comes.
Okay.
And if you take the chacruna leaf and say, I want that DMT of which they're saying is from the essence, and extract only the DMT molecule from that plant, you now have a chemical, which is the foundation of chemistry, right? The difference is you're trying to take the kidney out of a human and trying to look only at the kidney and think you understand what it is to be human. To understand what it is to be human would be the alchemical understand. It does track.
Exactly what chemistry does. Yes.
It tracks completely. You just don't want to fucking hear anytime I talk.
No, it's just retarded.
You interrupt. This is how we talk. You interrupt with some fucking non sequitur out of left field that doesn't even track to what I was saying. And then you forget what you fucking said in the interruption. And we spend the next 4 minutes me tracking and reminding you what you said. Then you deny it.
You make a vague allusion to something called essence. We ask you what essence is, and then you say, "That's my point."
I'm gonna try. Can you give me 20 seconds? Or just I really gotta go. My daughters. We're about to watch. Anyway, listen. It's real simple, right? If you see a human, right? I would say the essence of a human would be the soul. I understand you don't believe that. That's fine. That's fine.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Fucking because you don't believe it. Obviously, I just said that.
It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. It's not descriptive.
It does
at all.
It absolutely is.
Hey, Clay, take care, man.
Soul is
I want to be an idiot. Don't worry.
It's just it's a circle.
He doesn't want to actually
I guess you'll never hear it from me, buddy. I don't need to drop it the second part. Clay, you can take it from here. Balderson, Ant, everybody.
Night, brother. Have fun with your daughter.
Thank you.
Enjoy the movie.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey
Looking
guys,
forward to it,
hey
brother.
guys, do me a favor. Tomorrow, just listen to what I'm saying first, man. Don't fucking. I'm coming on the home field team. Okay. You'll
Nice.
see. I'm not attacking. Like you'll see.
I'm looking forward to it, brother.
All right, guys.
That's my brother.
All right, guys.
See you later, bro. So here's the thing. So when we're talking about the essence, or what Omar's talking about, from my understanding, he's talking about how certain things react in nature. It's not just the chemistry itself, but the causation of chemistry, right? It's when you say when you say chemistry
That's
reacts.
just more chemistry.
Hold on, shut the fuck up and shut the fuck up for 2 fucking minutes so I can explain it to you. You can't fucking understand it unless you actually hear it or read it. You can actually go read about this shit.
I do understand
If
it.
you don't
I'm just laughing
understand
at
it,
you,
if you don't
trying to
understand
pretend
it,
you
I'll tell you what,
understand it.
Ant. I'll tell you what, Ant. Since you don't understand it and you clearly can't wait long enough to listen, go read about it.
I have read about
Clay?
it. I
Let
passed
me
chemistry.
hear about it. Let me hear about it, Clay.
Can I ask Clay a question?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Why do you have to sit so close to that mic? It looks like you're trying to suck it off like a dick, dude.
No, I mean, like I'm.
No,
It's like
Azraroon, not you, Azraroon.
He wasn't talking to you, Azvaroon.
Hey, Spin.
Azvaroon, go ahead and
What
ask the question.
libtard?
You guys let
Why do you
Azvaroon
have
ask.
dicks on the brain all the time?
KO Dave. KO Dave. Azvaroon, go ahead.
Yeah. Regarding Clay, regarding this, when I asked him about the soul, from his point of view, it was nonsensical, but he said that he has evidence for this. But the problem is that in physics, when they created the theory of gravity, it didn't work at the quantum level. So they created electromagnetism and nuclear physics and strong nuclear physics and weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force and electromagnetism. Now they're trying to come up with some other theory as well. So even the scientists actually don't have answers to all the questions, but they want you to strongly believe in the theories that they come up with, and they keep changing the theories every time. I've noticed this.
Yes, I have too. And look, here's the thing: there's things that have been discovered, right? And you can do this strongly through mathematics, right? So we have the axioms, right? 1 = 1, 2 = 2, A = A, yada yada. But if it can't be proven mathematically, we really just it cannot be considered factual, right? That's why we have mathematics, especially when we're talking about the theories behind nuclear physics and especially like gravity and things like. So when we're talking about physics, if we can't prove it mathematically, we cannot put it into action, meaning that there are lives at stake. People's lives are really, really at stake. People have been seriously hurt for the lack of knowledge because it cannot be proven in a lab mathematically before the experiments happen. And that is one of the dangers that why especially nowadays when we have nuclear physics on the table, why it's so important to work these factors out. So when people say, well, I need you to prove how the soul exists, I'm saying to them, well, it's not whether I need to prove how, it's a matter of why, right? And this is why I'm constantly reminding them of that question. When they say how is built into the question of why. If I'm going to do something in physics, I need a reason for it. That's reasoning. That's why. If I'm just saying how to do it, okay, and then I hand it over to the wrong person, things like the little mustache man in Germany happened, right? Because he was not the right advocate for certain activities, and he ended up unaliving a whole lot of people. And the same thing goes with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in my humble opinion, right? So the why question is much more important on the table in these whole conversations. And when they remove the why and say only how, I have a big problem with that. And so philosophically, I'm on that level. And when it comes to the soul specifically, I want to know why the soul exists, because if I can know why the soul exists, then I personally can either live a certain way or not, right? So if I want to live a quote unquote good moral life, I live it a certain way because I know why the soul exists. But if I only say, how does the soul exist? I have no obligation to morality.
Correct. When I asked him that, he was very angry, actually. He got angry with me when I asked him about the soul.
Well,
That
it's
was an amazing filibuster of bullshit, Clay.
Part of the anger was us giving the guy shit as everyone, and he took it out on you, and that was unfair, but it's just how it went. And Spin City News came in with a Big 10, and he did it right and put hashtag Vegas to help Sarah get to her big trip to Vegas. We all want to see that, and credit. So I assume that somebody special is gonna find a boot in their rear in the near future.
Benjamin?
There isn't. Yes, Asvarun, go ahead. Go ahead, Asvarun.
I need to go. Yeah, I need to go now, so I'll vacate my place. If anyone is at the back, they can come back. They can come, Benjamin. Thank you for tell Sarah that I'm grateful to her for having me on a show. So bye, everyone.
Thank you, Asvarun. We always love it when you stop by.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank
So
you,
how
brother.
How was that a filibuster for his question, Ant? Do you know the reason?
You just were talking to talk. Like, you didn't say a fucking thing, really.
You know why he asked this question?
I don't even care at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You don't care. So how is it a filibuster?
Because, do you know what a filibuster is, Clay?
Yeah,
You
I
sit
do.
there and just talk to run the clock down, which is what you did. Just this long ass dish filibuster to run the clock. You.
I don't get
that. You don't have any of that fucking say. It's just me. You're just wasting time and taking up all the airtime.
Okay. Well, do you have a positive claim to make?
Here's a
Well, we could hear For the Win or KO Dave. They've been sitting back just watching the blood.
Yeah, I just have a question for Gayo Dave down there.
Ooh, how original. I've never
Original
heard
or
that before.
extra crispy?
What?
Original or extra crispy?
Extra crispy.
That's what I figured. He needs to cool off in the back with his extra crispy shit.
Okay.
Oh, I
so
didn't
you're-
highlight
you're,
him for him to go,
you're
man. That's
using
not
your $10 credit to boot KO Dave because he likes.
Yeah,
crispy.
yeah.
Right. That's 10 minutes in the back.
Spin can't handle me. Oh well.
Starting the timer for KO
I wouldn't
Dave.
want. I would never give you the time of day.
We'll see you in 10 minutes, Dave.
In a minute.
Sorry, Dave.
I enjoy Kay because he does do the thing in a respectful fashion. It's very slow. It puts me to sleep. All that good stuff. I'm just kidding. For the Win, do you have anything?
Let me ask you a question. For the Win, do you think? I've heard Clay going back and forth and Spin and
man.
Omar going back and forth. Where do you think there is a line between science and philosophy or faith? Or do you think there is a line where they need to overlap?
I wonder if this still works. Hey, look, it does.
That's a good question, Santa. I mean, isn't that the question we're all kind of asking? I mean, everyone's looking for an answer, so we kind of go to one of those three things in a sense to look for that answer ultimately. And sometimes I think as humans, it pisses us off when we don't have an answer, and that we'll go to whatever length to make an answer be acceptable to some degree. So I caught a little bit about what Dave was saying earlier, and it didn't jive with me. There's some stuff, the science stuff, that just seems like, well, is that the case, or is science being manipulated? Because I tend to think, in my conspiracy brain, that is part of what's happening in science right now. And
recent events seem to make that more likely.
Science always gets the answer it pays for.
Correct. So, like one of the things I think was it with Asvarun asking stuff was he was saying like, yeah, there's evidence of dinosaur bones, but there's no evidence of our ancestors' bones. And that's an interesting concept. I'm like, well, okay, well, how can you have one bone but you can't have the other bone? And I've seen like museum exhibits of, these are our ancestors from 2,000 years ago or whatever. Like, okay, sure, there's that, but what about that time period? What about that stuff? Like unless if you see stuff and everyone's always asking for proof per se, that's a
Well, you're
claim.
not gonna find proof. You'll find evidence. Like I've been trying to say all night. Science isn't about proving anything. It's about explaining the evidence the best way possible.
That's weird because when you're trying to make a scientific law, you prove what you're saying over and over and over again. This is part of the cult of scientism.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
It's a ridiculous statement.
It's where you
dogma
have
to
faith
science.
in things that you can't prove and then pretend like it's different than religious faith.
That's not what
that
science
is the
does.
Church of Scientology.
Again, proof is only something you find in formal logic and mathematics. You don't find it in the natural world. It's just about the evidence and what we can infer from it. We cannot say things are absolutely that thing. We can just infer to the best of our ability what it is and how it works. And as we get better information, that understanding and those models improve.
Scientific laws would like to
may equal to.
Scientific
Sorry,
laws would like to differ with what you're saying.
Such
But I know
as-
you guys don't like them scientific
which
laws.
laws?
things. They
Which
aren't as
laws,
fun.
Ben? Which laws,
The
Ben?
laws for every scientific law.
Which laws,
there's
Ben?
proof for. All
Which
of them.
laws? Which no,
Literally
specifically.
every
Well, go
scientific
through 'em.
law.
Go through them and show us
scientific
where we're
law
wrong, Ben.
is
Go through them
proved.
all and show us where
Is
we're
proven.
wrong, Ben. Go through
I'm
them
not-
all and show us where we're wrong, Ben. Come on, do it. Let's go. Show us where we're wrong.
Scientific laws are
Go through the
proven.
laws. Go
Can't.
through the laws.
Every
Show us in the
scientific
laws where we're
law-
wrong.
Have a conversation, my friend.
Show us in the laws where we're wrong.
This
Come
is
on.
the part where the
Let's see it.
scientism guy fucking loses his mind because he can't.
This is so
answer
sad.
it. He
I'm
can't
just
answer
asking.
it.
I'm just asking you to actually demonstrate your position. To show us
That
the
all
evidence. Show
scientific
us something that
laws
supports
are
what you're
proven,
claiming.
Ant.
Because
All
you're claiming
scientific
something, but you
laws are
can't explain
proven.
it. You can't
All
demonstrate it. You're just
scientific
making
laws
claim
are
after
proven.
claim. You're making
That's why
claim
they
after
become
claim with
laws.
no
Hold on a
support.
minute,
And it's
Ant.
just
Let me
like
ask you.
laughing like a
laws
house.
because they've been proven.
Hold on,
you
Ant.
haven't
Let me
proven
ask you
anything.
a question. Let me ask you a question. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't a scientist have to have an idea?
What do you mean? Everybody has to have ideas, but yeah. you
Okay.
have-
I can't explain. I can't. What's an idea, Spin?
well, it's just it's a weird question. Like,
This is the disingenuous
Okay,
bullshit.
a scientist comes up with an idea to research it, correct?
to develop a hypothesis, yeah.
And then they have to bring their proofism.
Proofism? What's a proofism?
Or proof.
No, they have to find supporting
Doesn't
evidence.
No, you don't have to have evidence. You don't need proof. Reality doesn't matter.
Okay, evidence and proof is the same.
No, they're not.
thing.
They are not the same thing.
Yes, it is. Oh
No, it's
my
not.
God. Yes,
Proof and
it
evidence
is.
are not the same thing.
That's
Okay,
exactly
so I have to have evidence to get a proofism.
literally the way it
No.
works.
A proofism
What's a
has to
proofism?
be explained.
What is a proof? I don't know what a proofism is. You have to explain what a proofism is.
Ask Howard. He'll explain it all to you.
I don't talk to Coward.
A
Well,
proofism.
back to Santa, realistically. Yeah. Going through all the COVID bullshit and seeing how much bullshit that science had to offer really just made me completely skeptical of all this bullshit. So when they want to claim we got dinosaur bones, well, fuck off. You try
Okay,
to.
where's your
being
proofism that those are
skeptical, but-
dinosaur bones?
It's being
well,
skeptical, but you
hold
don't
on, guys.
refuse
Come
to
on.
accept anything, right? It's
You
like
guys fight later, please. Now, not only recent history, but if you Google
Damn.
events in the scientific theater,
They're
brain
brain
there's been
broken.
a lot of complaint about research articles, trying to get their p-values up so they can publish. And so you might positively or negatively sort populations or weight populations to help you get to that p-value so that you have that 95th percent confidence interval or whatever you needed to for that paper. On top of that, you might recall there was a paper where the Brognosian or whatever his name is was a practicing scientist, and he wrote a JAG paper to show how easy it was to get published in peer-reviewed journals over total bullshit.
Santa. This is all within social sciences. This is not physics, chemistry, or any of the hard sciences. This is all in the fucking bullshit of like sociology and psychology and whatnot.
Would
where
you
can get away
consider
with a lot.
Scientific American a scientific journal or a social sciences journal?
I don't read it. I'm familiar with it. I've been.
I
I've read
have,
the
and it
science
went
journal.
from solid science to social sciences.
Okay. I haven't read it recently. I'll take your word on it, but that doesn't change what I said, right? Those problems that you're
What the
outlining were
fuck
real.
happened?
But
We
it's
lost
within the social sciences.
we lost like
p-value.
20 viewers. Like the numbers are dead. What'd you guys do? You scare everybody away?
Clay started talking.
I need some proofism of that.
Proofism. Evidence and
No,
proof.
Clay, we're good. No, For the Win and I were just having a good dialogue. Maybe it was the time.
Kay is in
Maybe
the
I'm
back.
boring.
You got a 10-minute.
Oh, how long has this timer been on? Anybody set one?
Yeah, he's got a minute and a half left right now.
Oh, very nice.
Damn it.
But with these discussions, I think there is some unintentional talking past each other. Like, you know, Ant was saying there is evidence for a hypothesis. You really wouldn't hear in research anyone saying that proves anything, because that's just not how it works.
I didn't
Now,
say
I
that proves
understand
anything.
it.
I never said that. I do not make claims that science proves anything.
Right, I know.
You didn't hear me.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear you. I
Oh,
apologize.
man, come on. I just said what you said.
Okay, I
There is
apologize. I misheard
evidence.
you.
Okay, that happens. But, you know, maybe is Mercury in retrograde, even though I'm not sure what I feel about that. But it's been a tough one, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Ant's tearing off my leg. Clay's making sense. You know?
Clay is not making sense.
6,000 years.
You're
I mean,
smoking that
Clay's
good
Clay's on his
Clay
time of the month
is
right now.
not
He
making
gets one day
sense.
a month where he's like
Like,
off
at
the
all.
wall, and you're just like, Clay, come back to Earth, bro. Come back. Come back.
Clay.
But, you know, For the Win was really breaking it down how the business of science, capital dollar sign in the beginning, has really eroded the trust of a lot of people. And I'd say a lot of different populations of people, where they just over and over again, the dollar sign is the only sign that mattered.
And to that point, Sano, like the dude's got a PhD, right? Well, great. You went to school, you went under somebody, and you got that PhD under that place. Well, that place is still under the same system that's controlling humanity ultimately. So that's why I have a hard time believing, you know, in any of it, you know. And like I said from the get-go, is that, you know, we as human beings are always looking for an answer, and if we can't find an answer, we're going to find an acceptable answer that we can live with, kind of a thing. So I'm okay with just simply not having an answer. I mean, does it really change my life if we find bones dug up tomorrow? No, it doesn't. We're living here right now. Like, that doesn't matter to me.
But how do we judge both by the same standards when they're totally different things?
Well, I guess that's when, going forward into the future and stuff, there will be things that show that ultimately.
Yeah.
To prove one way or another, kind of a thing. I mean, I don't have an answer for you, so I'm not going to, you know, sit here and debate that otherwise. So
Sure. Like even with the abiogenesis or creation, you know, I like to say turtles all the way down. Somebody, I think it was Bones, was accurately calling it an infinite regress. I mean, some of these things, they're just not within our purview right now to resolve.
Well, abiogenesis is firmly in hypothesis territory. There's not even like a solid theory behind it right now. So that is like to me, that just represents a genuine frontier for new study. Like,
Sarah, you're making me hungry.
It's yeah, it doesn't push me towards some alternative explanation.
Oh, you know
I
what?
would agree with that.
Hold on. You guys failed the fucking goal.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
It's Spin's fault.
Ooh, it's 11:11. Someone make a wish.
It's actually 12:11.
I wish that Sarah would forgive the goal and give me my credit so I can
I'm
bounce
not
money.
Oh.
It's 9/11 where I'm at.
Spaghetti.
Sorry, spaghetti. It's the gauntlet. It's after hours. I'm allowed to be sloppy. But yeah, thank you, PhD Tony. It's funny because I had been checking out your channel. I think a few times before, trying to find how to message you. So I'm glad you hit us in the Discord. Thank you so much. We'd definitely love to have you on for the debates are a lot more. What word would I use? Because this is after hours. The debates are a lot more
Structured.
Civilized.
Civilized. That's an excellent word. But
Unless you put meat
unfortunately,
up
you
there.
caught us towards the tail end as we started to enter into the gauntlet mode, which they all know I grant them permission to be buttheads, but I'm glad you popped by. We'd love to have you on for some more. Feel free to reach out.
All right. You wish upon a star.
Well, all right. We failed the goal. I'm not exactly mad, right? Because tonight was super fun. How about
Hi, Elf.
what?
The elf is saying hi.
Oh, the little, I thought that was Santa's hand. Oh, my little sweetheart, darling. All right. How about I let you go till midnight? And so that's you guys have been extra generous this evening, so I'm not really like mad.
Sarah,
right?
what the hell are you eating?
Spaghetti.
Oh, I couldn't see it.
I was trying to not be like, "Arr," in your face.
Cannibalism.
I'll give you to midnight. That's 45 minutes. Okay.
Awesome.
Unless we'll shut down at midnight, or one big fat red dono keeps us going after that. How's that? I think that's
awesome.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
been a very generous night from the audience and everything, and I have no reason to be like, fuck you guys. So let's do it. I'll set the dono goal for 45 minutes.
I'm good.
So do I get to ask Clay?
Somebody, I think it was Clay that was talking about the why, right? Why is the why? Why do we have to have the why or something like that? And I was actually, while I was listening to your little rant there, why do we need to know, right? And I guess you need to know either whether God exists or whether, I don't know, we came from fish or bananas or monkey. I don't fucking know at this rate. I don't know what we haven't come from, right? The way everyone's like, well, you got this is the same as a potato, but this is the same as a this, which
We haven't come from
actually-
rocks.
Well, it actually makes me think if Ben said, because Ben, you said like we've come from all of these different other living things, correct? Like 50, I think you said 50%.
We're 50% banana.
You're muted.
But those
sir.
are just instructions in order to make proteins.
We're 50% bananas.
Well,
We're
hold
all
on.
bananas, but we're 50%
50
bananas.
to 60% banana even. That's the
We're all-
whole thing. There's only so many materials on this plane for us to actually get life. And
Okay.
so weirdly, we start mimicking each other because we all are made out of the same pieces.
Which makes me, it leads me to my next thought process, though. Maybe that does show we all actually come from one singular thing.
Yes.
Right? And it's just mixed and mingled and did its own thing along the way, which inevitably could lead down the path of Clay. Where am I going with this?
Of why don't we just act like dogs, or why don't we just
No,
act like
no, you're so fucking far off.
Missed it,
Because
Clay.
that's where I
Missed
would
it, Clay.
That's where
God, Clay. God, Clay.
You set him up.
The
and-
ones I set him up for, it was a free
I have no
layup
idea
shot.
where
If
you're
we
going.
all,
Of
we
course you didn't.
all inevitably came from one singular thing, right?
Right,
To me,
God.
that means God has
Tried to
some
give
type
you
of
the alley-oop, Clay.
hand.
You
As
kicked her
God
in the
has-
face instead of grabbing the alley-oop.
God has
No, I
some
was
type
looking
of
at-
hand in that, which
from
means
the-
he would have that one singular thing that he puts in common for all of us.
Well, that was
That's
that
Because
was,
God
White
created
I was looking at it from the
Luca.
Socratic point. Sorry.
Hmm?
White man can't jump. We get it. No
I was
point. in
looking-
alley-oop.
You're saying
I was-
God created Luca, last
I was-
universal
I was-
common ancestor.
I was looking at it from the Socratic point versus
Oh.
just making a claim. Right. So the Socratic point would continue to ask certain questions, which is, okay, yes, I believe it's God, but why do I not act like a fish? Why do I call myself a human being and separate myself out from the animals and the bananas and all that?
Yeah, why
and
do you
it's-
do that? Because you are an animal.
Questions if you want.
I'm not an animal. What are you talking about?
You are.
You're an animal. Yeah.
You're a great ape.
Yep. You're not just an ape, Clay. You're a great ape.
Gene Splice, I like this name. Gene
You're-
Splice sent 15 over on the Buy Me a Coffee app and said, "Have a few." I absolutely will. Thank you so kindly. Oh, we love coffee. Remember, put hashtag Vegas in everything, guys. For fuck's sake, Tom is trying to give me money, and you're not letting him. What is wrong with you people?
We did remind them while they were gone.
Sarah, yes. The obvious answer to me would be the singularity or God, because ultimately we still don't know, right?
Why can't two things be true at the same time?
We can.
I agree with that too. Yes.
We cannot know the ultimate cause of all things, and also at the same time know that evolution is true. These are
But then
compatible.
You have to prove evolution,
We have
and it's a theory, and the reason it's a theory is because it's not provable. Why do you?
Here we go, proof again. Jesus.
What if God?
I know
took-
that damn that damn fucking tricky proof. Things
Proof-
like
This
things
isn't-
like the second law of
Proof doesn't apply to
thermodynamics.
natural science. We look at evidence.
Proof-
We
don't need to know
we don't need
reality.
proofs.
proofs are found in like
Theories, not proofs.
proofs are found in
Models.
mathematics.
Exactly.
Oh, can
that's
someone
right.
No, they're
explain to
not.
me?
Proofs are found in replication.
No.
Can someone explain to me why why the prompt was wrong for the opponent I picked? Why did I fuck that one up? Like where?
Because he didn't say evolution wasn't a thing. He was in agreement that evolution happens and is true.
He
was
didn't
in
understand
the-
what evolution was.
Yeah,
What-
he was looking
right,
at it
but-
in a much broader context.
But hold on. Like, why would anyone debate whether evolution, the mechanisms, what Craig was
Like-
talking about, why would anybody debate whether the mechanisms are false or true? Like, why would anybody oppose that?
Well,
Well,
exactly.
yeah,
That's why.
If Craig brought in mechanisms that don't include jumping species, the problem, where the entire argument was where species jumping happens. The other guy was agreeing with adaptation, genetic mutation. It's where this thing becomes another whole thing. When did my cat become a fucking gerbil, or vice versa? Like this is where the problem
Micro
is.
versus
And
macro.
so he took and he would explain the micro and then drag the macro into it. Like, see, because this thing I said is true, this thing I said is true.
And you
And
don't
that's
need
not
to
how
know
it
why.
works.
And you don't need to know why. You don't need a proof.
Yeah.
You just accept it.
Do you guys-
That's where I was saying
Grossly
that.
misrepresenting things.
Do you-
Really.
that's
No,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly
I
representing
absolutely
things.
said.
No, you're
and
not.
Ben followed
You're
it up on
actually
was that-
lying.
Look, what I said, and then Ben followed it up on, was that you are saying the micro things, but not including the macro things, and just saying you can just believe me, bro. Right? All of the other things past.
No,
He
you're
tried to
you've
do
You
come,
can't even tell me the
Okay, well,
threshold
boy,
between micro and macro.
You
He
would
tried to
And
do the
hold on,
mosquito.
can you guys?
I don't need to prove it. You're
Listen,
the positive.
Hold on, guys. I asked the question. I would like you to explain it to me instead of arguing with each other. Santa, please.
Well, I think primarily they did agree at one point that one was thinking of the prime mover or the beginning of the origin. So where creation is creation, there wasn't evolution to get to us. And then the other parts about evolution, I would agree that part of that was misstated at least once. And so the rabbi was thinking that why would you even be talking about evolution when I have the proof of all of this? And then Craig was seeing it from the other perspective without a deity.
Israel thought that you cannot have evolution without abiogenesis, even though that's not actually true. Evolutionary biologists, some do accept a faith-based creation, right? I'm not going to
There would
speak for them.
definitely have to be abiogenesis because something
No.
had to be the first life.
Well,
Life had to
okay,
appear somehow.
sure, but
so
is
there's
it
definitely
chemical or
abiogenesis.
divine? Ben, I agree, but it's just a question of, was it chemical or divine?
Well, I would try to explain it to you, sir, but Ant's going to talk for me if I tried to.
Hold on. All right. Go ahead, Ant.
We're done.
Oh.
From
So, but
Well,
there
why-
did branch out from that, though. I mean, is evolution true? I mean, as Craig, I guess it was, read it, I can see how we read it that way. I think the assumption
Well, here's a thought.
was that it had to do with a deity.
Well, here's a thought, right? What is evolution, right? It's change over time. Yes. It doesn't matter what we're talking about, right? That's always going to describe what an evolution is, right? So do things change? That is obviously true. So evolution is just true by default.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Philosophy,
where's the debate there then?
right?
What
I
are,
don't know.
Like I said, like, why
debate
are we
is very
debating whether the wheel turns or not on a car?
The debate is whether it changed into another species. Like most recently, like in CRISPR, they took those gray wolves and they made dire wolves. No, they didn't make a dire wolf. A dire wolf is a gray wolf. It's just got different genetic markers turned on and off. And so all the genetics are still in
No,
that
it
gray
has-
wolf. It's just adapted over thousands and thousands of years. And those markers, if they turn them back on, suddenly it goes back to the way it used to be.
I thought that was
isn't
fake,
where-
though.
Yeah, that I don't
where the
know if
problem
that's how
comes
that
in
works.
is that never actually turns from one species into another. They can't prove that. Where
Right.
they simply
So,
become
and that's
another
where
thing.
I think that's where I was asking, like, how do you go from point B to point X and determine that that is point B to point X?
I just need to point out that, like, nowhere when you're learning biology in university, nowhere does anyone mention microevolution or macroevolution. Like, that's not like a thing in the science of evolution. I don't know where this idea comes from.
Universities are shit. We all know that.
Go ahead, Santa.
Well, it can be called adaptation and adaptation within a species. But for true genetic shifts to differentiate species, there's usually a change in the environment. So the island splits apart. They do something geographically that's different. Different predators come into the area. They face different biological challenges. And sometimes just crazy shit happens. But as far as going from X to B, they do make some assumptions in there. Now there are a lot of trailing or suggestive, but they're still looking perhaps at only the jawbone and then creating the rest of the model that fits the hypothesis. It's not always just we have the full skeletal or the hemisphere or whatever. There is still some conjecture.
But even Craig couldn't answer when I said, well, where's it? Can you repeat this? Where does it start? Like,
That's
assuming we could repeat the process, but if you don't know where it starts, then how do you know it even started to begin with? How do you know that these things aren't just
It can't be reproducible on the scale of species. I mean, when I was learning biology and taking those classes, differentiation within a species, the hair on a dog changes, cat might do some cool stuff. But to get an actual species, you're talking tens and tens of thousands of years, usually with an environmental change that creates some kind of rift.
Right,
It
but how do
wasn't
you prove that was evolution and not maybe some I don't know, mating with something else? Or I don't know.
Well, in the beginning, it was Darwin and Wallace. It was two different people working independently that came to roughly the same conclusions. And both of them were traveling. Like Darwin, for example, was going around the world on the Beagle, and he kept seeing these species that were so close to something else. And then maybe ant or somebody else